Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, life sucks. So, I told you guys that I got my treadmill delivered yesterday, right? So, I finally, I finally decided to give it a try yesterday after stream. Fucking get on the treadmill, like figure out how you start it up and shit. Like boot it up properly. Start just like walking, seeing if like the length is good, like everything is fine and all. And then I turn up the speed a little bit. And as soon as I do, I get a massive leg cramp. And like, ow, 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 ow. Unlucky, man. Man. I ran a little bit this morning though. Start swearing in French? Yeah. I actually I paraphrased my reaction when I said that I reacted like ow 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 ow. I was actually like Ascolis de tabarnak. I know grass is scary, but maybe run outside. Brother, it's minus 20 Celsius outside. I'm good. I'm not running outside. No, thank you. It's really hard to do exercise, especially when you're not like in very good shape. Doing cardio and any sort of exercises that like make you breathe a lot harder in really cold air is so rough on the lungs. It feels so fucking terrible. It makes breathing hurt. It's so dry too, yeah. Anyways. Hi, chat. Understandable. I apologize for my words. It's fine. I forgive you. I forgive you. Anyways. I didn't run for too long today. You know, I realize that I have been very neglectful with my workouts and I'm not in shape at all right now. So I decided, you know what? I'll chill. I'll take it easy. Only ran a kilometer today. But I'll slowly turn it up. I don't want to start with too much because I want to have like a certain amount I do every day. And if I put it too high, I'll want to start skipping days. Anyways, how are you guys doing this morning? Soon you'll be able to run faster than Varessa. Well, Varessa is a fictional character, so she can't actually run. So I can already do that. Did you think about... I bet you didn't think about that. Loser. Where, what, when, how? I forgot what I wanted to say. Uh, where do I spend my resin? Eloa talents. Right, I did need to do that. I also need to do Zabai talents, though. I think I care about that a little bit more. Wait, craftable amount 15? Oh! Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. I can crown her. Sucrose? That's not it, man. Okay. Thanks, I guess. Crowning her, really? Yeah. I'll use her enough for that, probably. I don't know if I'll double crown her. Okay, that being said, though, since I already have one crown, I might rather spend my resin on Eloa stuff right now. Over this. Is that even true? Maybe it's not true. You know, I need to get a Kitane, because I think I want to use... Do I want to use Kitane? Maybe not. Chat, maybe ER on Zabai is not as bad as I thought. Like, so maybe the Fab Lance is worth it. But I kind of don't have enough crit rate to proc it. Unless I go crit rate main stat, which I don't want to do. I could use this. It has 12 crit rate, but I'm yoinking from Inefa, and it has no EM. It does have EM. I'm using this, which has no EM, which is like, ugh. Is there ever a world where I level this instead of this? Probably, right? That's not crit rate. It's also not crit rate. Hmm. Hmm. How many fucking plus 20s do I have? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's dog shit. Let's get rid of this. Crit rate! That's not crit rate. Crit rate! Classic. Am I... Do I keep this? I don't keep this, right? Like, it is a funny piece, but I'm not keeping this. No, but what if Sandroni's a defense scaling... I'll keep it. I'll keep it, just in case. Because it is very possible we get a defense scaling off-fielder. She's literally Electro, so? Beto's shield scales with HP. Dory scales with HP. Like, she might be a defense scaling unit. Who knows? Okay, do I actually need to keep this? No way, right? I'm never using Vermilion. Because Long Night South is better. Is this good enough as a two-piece? It's not awful, because my sands are not the best. I guess this is worse, right? Yeah. Crit rate or ER, please. Okay, I'll take that. That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. Thank God. Nice. And now I can use this. Oh, that's an insane piece. What the hell? Yo, that's sick. Okay, wait. That's pretty good. I might actually be able to get away with, yeah, main side here now. 32 grit rate. It's not the largest amount, but if I give him R5 Sat 5, I should be fine. The little birdie told me Linnea is a defense scaling off fielder. Surely, I believe. Let's go do this today, sure. What is Colomina on? If it was on SMS, she's on Morningstar. Let's use Zabai for this. Let's use Goro instead of... No, let's use Zhongli for overworld stuff. Is it worth to crown Lewis burst? It's pretty low priority.
Wayne, a new moon rises.
Light compels you.
Oh no, he fucking destroyed it. That's not good.
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Smite the dust.
Go get him, Aiden.
No, he destroyed it again. That's very rude of him. Don't do that.
Without further ado.
Why would he do that? That's not very nice, man. 3, okay. Is Zabai DPS ping dependent? What the hell do you mean by that?
Stabilize.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
You already did weekly bosses? I believe so, yes. Well, there's only one weekly boss, but yeah. Ooh, I got a 4. Nice. Does that matter? It does matter, actually, yeah. That means one less claim necessary.
3 moons converge.
You got this. Behold the dawn. Gather.
Alright, whatever.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
It doesn't matter if we get 4 again. I'm not gonna turn it down, though. Alright. Alright. This shit is kind of insane. What is this shit? C0, no weapon, Molani. What the fuck? That's so funny. Level 95, address me. True. Okay, now try no artifacts, loser. Alright. Idlua is... Where is he? He's in my team right now, right? Yeah. So we need to ascend him. So we need these thingies. And oh, I'm not gonna be able to ascend him after this unless I use dust, which I kind of don't want to do. But there's no rush, honestly. We can keep it matey, I think. We need Llama or Aino.
Do not be afraid.
Wait, I should put him in my training guide. So it tells me when I'm done. More characters. Training guide. Idlua, level 70. No, he's in my team. Yo. 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 Chat, give me a yo. You should put the last 4 characters you obtain on Enka. You know what? Fine, I'll do that today. Instead of the Archon Quest, since you're asking so nicely. No deal? I didn't ask you. I informed you. Oh, I was like, that's a bit annoying. That's far from the waypoints, but it's not, actually. Who's everyone think is the best C6 in the game? Okay, so here's the thing, alright? Are you asking who the best character at C6 is, or are you asking who is the character that has the most impactful C6? Because, like, I'm pretty sure the answer to those questions is different, right? Like, you look at Nefer, for example, right? Nefer at C6 is very good, but her C6 kind of sucks compared to a lot of the other characters' C6s. Like, it's not bad, but... Molani gets the biggest increase at C6. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what Molani's constellations past C2 do. Alright, we have enough now, right? Yeah. C6 is just C1 on every chomp. That's not that good, though, right? If that's all it is that all it is? Like, it is good, don't get me wrong, but, like... That doesn't sound like the best C6 in the game.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree? Once they hauled everything over to Snezhnaya, they can make a little extra by selling their wool.
Because, like, does C6 Milani still use the burst? Probably, right? Because the C4, if I remember correctly, is a burst increase.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers.
And you're not getting 3 chomps plus burst with your buffs, right? Like, your buffs fall off after 3 hits, even with C1. So, your rotations at C6 are probably still generally going to be 2 chomps plus burst and 3 chomps when you don't have burst. So you're only buffing 1.5 chomp average from the C6. That's like 50% more impactful than the C1, but like, you know. Oh, wait, no, you're right. She gains extra stacks more than once, right? Dude, I don't know. It's been so long since I looked at her actual like the deeper cons. Yeah, I forgot the C2 gave her 1 extra stack when obtaining the buffer. Hom. J. Uh. Oh, I have enough for these too. Nice. I didn't realize, but. C2 plus 3 chomps get buffed, and 4th one might be outside of buff window. I mean, that's what happens with C0, so are you sure? I don't care, actually. I take it back. I take my question back. I don't actually care. I don't want to know. Alright, chat. This is gonna be good enough for now, right? Surely. Let's go see how it goes here now. That's not the dummy. I'll do that after this. Now it clears dire, surely. Surely. Zabai hasn't been added to the exalted ones yet, huh? Why is it taking so long? Oh, that's wrong. Hey. Hey. Right. I'll do this. Sure, yeah. Why is bro in Stygian? Why wouldn't I be in Stygian?
While the light shines bright. Stabilize.
Oh my god. Five. Okay, whatever. That's just...
Be cleansed. Smite the dust.
That's just pathetic, man. Why would you do it like that?
A moonlit night for...
Be gone, shadow of dark.
Smite the dust.
Now I don't have the burst for this.
Divine
Or maybe I
light
do.
shield them.
Yeah. Ain't good enough.
Conferred.
You got this. Light compelled. Gather.
Without further ado.
No, my pillar.
Smite the dust. A new moon rises.
While the light shines bright, behold. Stabilize.
No, my pillar! We're cooked.
The sky's clear. The glaze
We're
moon
cooked.
shines. Three moons converge.
Go get him, Aiden.
I don't think the
Go,
pillar actually
Shadow.
made the difference, though, but...
Without further ado. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
We can do better. We can do better. We can do better. We should definitely be able to kill it before the down now. But we need to not get fucking Omega cringe stuff at the start. Please proc the fab, okay?
Behold the dawn.
The sky's clear. The glaze moon shines. A new moon rises. Surge.
While the light shines bright.
Actually, I don't think it mattered here.
Gather.
I think we're
Be
cooked.
cleansed. Divine light.
Eh,
shield
good
them.
enough. Probably. Maybe.
Smite the dust. Three moons converge.
Honestly, the damage breakpoints are really weird with this team.
Stabilize.
Don't be cringe. Don't be cringe.
The glaze
Okay.
moon shines. Smite the dust. Smite the dust. Wane, a moonlit night for all.
You got this. The light compel.
I don't think we get it.
Gather.
Without further ado.
Yeah.
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Yeah. Close, but not
Light
quite.
shines bright.
Yeah, because the dog destroyed the turrets with his spin attack.
Behold the dawn.
Be cleansed. Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
That was bad. That was awful. That was terrible.
You got this. Be gone, Shadow. Solidify.
Smite the dust.
No, not the lunar crystallize. The fucking pillar from Zhongli.
Wane, a new moon rises.
While the light shines bright. Gather.
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust. Surge, a moonlit night for all.
Go get him, Aiden. Behold the dawn. Solidify.
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glaze moon shines. Three moons
I mean,
converge.
again, I'm so close, man.
Be gone, Shadow of Dark. Gather.
Without further ado. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Yeah, maybe we do Goro instead, since Zhongli pillars keep breaking. The problem with Goro is I'm on a Harbinger to buy.
Wane,
While the light shines bright. Charge! Behold the dawn!
Be cleansed. Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust. A new moon rises.
You got this! Light come rally! Fall in!
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. A moonlit night for all.
While the light shines bright, become advance!
Smite the dust.
That hit me? Nah. It doesn't matter.
Smite the dust. Wane, a new moon rises.
Behold the dawn! You got this! Press the advantage! Charge!
Smite the dust. Divine light, shield them.
While the light shines bright,
He's about to do it, isn't he?
Without
Oh?
further ado.
Should use the burst. I thought I didn't have time, but I did.
go get him, maiden! Fall in! Behold the dawn!
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Wane, 3 moons converge.
Is this part of the Archon Quest? Yeah. You might have not gotten to it yet, though.
Advance!
Without further ado.
It's towards the end.
Smite the dust.
I'll do this here, even if it's at the end, just because he's down right now.
Light compels you! Press the advantage!
Be cleansed. Smite the dust. A new moon rises.
Go get him, maiden! Begone, shadow! Charge!
Without further ado. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Smite the dust. A moonlit night for all.
Please don't do it just yet. Please, one more hit. One.
Be cleansed. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
At least we broke the shield pretty quickly, but like, yeah, it's just a matter of breakpoints. It's just very annoying breakpoints. It's doable, but ugh. Are you missing any other guaranteed upgrades? I mean, Goro's talent level and overall level are low. And calling it a guaranteed upgrade isn't like entirely right, but like Columbina's artifacts are really bad. Yeah, levels and talent levels on Idlua, but it's getting close to fully built, so yeah. I'm curious what the DPS is at now. What side is Shilonen on in Dubai Nefa? Shilonen is on either Instructor or Cinder City. Both are very similar. Oh, we also still don't have Dubai talent maxed out. The burst.
For duty.
I have the skill, but I don't have the burst. Okay.
get him, Aiden.
Why am I
Be gone,
lagging?
Shadow. Rally! Advance!
Without further ado. Ha! Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
A moonlit night for all.
Behold the dawn! Everyone on me!
Divine light, shield them.
A new moon rises.
Light compels you!
Ooh.
Without further ado. Smite the dust.
Three moons converge.
While the light shines bright, rally! Fall in!
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Yeah. My rotations are a little cooked right now, but
Get him, Aiden! Behold the dawn! Charge! Everyone on me!
Smite the dust.
that was really bad. I forgot to use the burst. I was definitely supposed to use the burst there.
Three moons converge.
Light compels you! Fall in!
Be cleansed. Smite the dust. Smite the dust.
Wane. A new
So we're is this fully built to buy? Not entirely built, but close to fully built.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
I fucked it up.
Three moons converge.
Go get him, Aiden! Behold the dawn! Advance! Press the advantage!
Divine light, shield them.
A moonlit night for all.
While the light shines bright, charge!
Without further ado.
We sure this is a Harbinger? Yeah.
Smite the dust.
Oops.
Smite the dust.
Wane. Three
That rotation
moons
was cooked as
converge.
hell.
Behold the dawn! Rally! Fall in!
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
We can do better than that, though. You overcapped right now? Yeah. I'm at the 107 crit rate right now. Can you switch the stage to night? Is that something you can do? Stage preset? No. Look at your crit stats. Shut the fuck up. Next to the ER totem. Oh. Oh. Wait, that's nice. I didn't know you could do that. That's sick.
Surge. A moonlit
Isn't
night.
Espetzal better? I mean, do you think R1 level 1 Espetzal is better?
Be cleansed. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Annoying. Ooh. Okay, we don't talk about that. Take a bad 5 RNG.
Three moons converge.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't have E.
Surge. A new
shines bright. Become rally. Advance.
Without further ado. Ha! Divine light, shield them. Smite the
Whoa. A moonlit night for all.
Go get him, Aiden. Light compels. Charge.
be cleansed. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
What am I doing?
Wane.
Dude, what the fuck am I doing, actually?
While the light shines bright, become everyone on me. Advance.
Smite the dust. Smite the dust.
A new moon rises.
Light compels you. Fall in.
Oh, I fucked up.
Be
I should have just used the burst, since my E was on cooldown.
Divine light, shield them.
A moonlit night for all.
Is it just waiting like an idiot?
Press the advantage. Advance.
Without further ado. Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Whoa. A new moon rises.
Become
Doesn't nighttime gives the buy free energy? No. It's only out of combat.
Surge. 3 moons converge.
You got this. Light come. Everyone on me.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Smite the dust.
I fucked up. Okay, I actually need to check something. When you do the combo where you
Wane.
like
Without further ado.
wait, no. Fuck, what is it? I guess it's kind of hard to tell, right? Because you might trigger it off field, or you might trigger it without. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be annoying, huh? Okay, never mind. I was trying to think a little, but thinking is not for me. $3K DPS to buy, what a joke. She's even at 0%. What a fucking dog shit carry she is.
A new moon rises.
Goro app is pretty random. Yeah, what if I just never use Goro's burst so I don't have to deal with that?
Divine light, shield them.
Okay. But that's not how you do it, though. I have to do N2, I think, after that, if this is what I do.
Whoa. 3 moons converge.
You got this. Behold the charge.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Smite the dust.
No, N2's not enough. Is it N3? There's no way. There's no way it's N3.
Wane. A moonlit night for all.
Go get him, Aiden. Light compels you.
Be cleansed. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
It is. Oh my god. That's... Oh, man. We're practicing the Dubai combos here, because there's actually, like, it actually does require practice. But this is really fun. Yeah, for those that are getting a little bit confused about what's happening here, I'm trying to figure out all the different setups for like when you that allow you to do the like triple E stuff based on whether you're starting with energy or not. Cause like if you have energy on Zabai, or sorry, if you don't have enough ER to get Zabai burst every rotation, what you would want to do ideally is something like this.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
I fucked it up.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
I fucked it up again. But whatever. And where you use the burst early. And then you generate your energy, right? Fav. Okay.
Fall in.
You generate your energy. And then when you get back to her, you can't do the same thing. But you will have your burst later in your rotation. Oh, my Columina E ran out. Whatever. So if you start with full energy, you want to use the burst earlier. Because if you use it later, you waste the energy you caught while you were at full energy. Right? So, learning all of the different combos based on how much energy you're starting with is going to be really impactful, I think, in the long term for this team's DPS.
Would you like to go moon gazing? You can sit in my rocking chair and admire the view. Or we could go to the moon and gaze down at Tefat. Whatever you prefer.
We're like, first rotation,
A new moon
we do the burst early.
Behold the dawn. Charge.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Wane, a moonlit night for all.
You got this.
Second rotation, we won't be able to do it as early.
Advance.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
Surge. 3 moons convert.
Begone, shadow of dark.
And then third rotation,
Press the advantage.
we do it even later.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Whoa. A moonlit night for all.
Behold the dawn. Charge.
Be cleansed.
And fourth rotation, I think we got an HP, a particle drop there.
Wane. 3 moons.
But you can see, right? Because I'm actually paying attention to my burst usage, my DPS is like almost 10k higher than when I'm not.
Smite the dust.
Whoa. A moonlit
Like,
night
it's kind of a
for
big
all.
difference.
You got this. Behold the dawn.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
That was awful, though.
Smite the dust.
Surge. 3 moons convert.
While the light shines bright. Press the advantage.
Without further ado. Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
Whoa. A new moon rises.
You got this. Begone, shadow. Advance.
Smite the dust. Smite the dust.
Wane.
I
3
kind of fucked that
moons
up there.
converge.
While the
C01 though, I know. This is C00 with Harbinger.
Charge.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
A new moon rises.
Light compels you. Advance.
Be cleansed.
maiden. Behold the dawn. Press the advantage. Fall in.
Without further ado. Smite the dust.
A new moon rises.
While the
Yeah,
light
this is
shines
C6
bright,
Lua though.
light
Do keep that in mind.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Fuck, that was really bad.
Smite the dust.
But still. We're like 145 here. But we can definitely push it to like 150, maybe even higher once I actually get really good at this. Did you get the new mouse? I actually forgot I ordered that. I should check the order status. Okay. It probably won't get here midstream. It's still at the... Yeah. The center of things and shit. My C1's a buy with no C60 low is 146k. I'm gonna be honest, that's probably partly skill issue. Okay, let me try to just not use Goro Burst for a little bit.
Moonlit night for all.
Begone, shadow of darkness.
Be cleansed. Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
Wane.
Oh, I didn't proc my favs. We're kind of cooked, actually.
You got this. Behold the dawn. Fall in.
Okay, never mind.
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glaze moon shines.
Nah, that was kind of cooked.
For all.
While the light shines bright. Advance.
Yeah, no. What's the difference between Goro C6 and C5? It's 40 crit damage, but I don't remember. Does the 40 crit damage apply to the whole team, or is it just to the carry? I think it's the whole team, right? Is Dragon's Bane on Idlua with enough hero on the team that is his best in slot? I'm not entirely sure. I think... Thank you for the gifted. I think... I think it depends on how good you are with Zabai combos. Because I think that in terms of, like, the rest of the team's damage, and Zabai, like, damage directly, like, the numbers, like, the screenshot numbers, Dragon's Bane is better. But if Fav gets you to energy breakpoints that allow Zabai to burst more often, then Fav can be better.
Cultivating these arts, all their feats will be like the moon's
Harbinger without
reflection
John Lee.
in
The
the
thing is, like,
shattering at the
with
slightest
Harbinger,
touch.
I'm overcapped on crit. With that, when Harbinger is not active, I'm still at like 80%. It's not even that bad. Right, like Harbinger without the passive is not even that much worse than Flute of Espitsal. Like it is worse, but it's like acceptable. Fav funnel to Zabai. You funnel Goro's Fav to Zabai, not Ilua's Fav to Zabai, but yeah. Even if you don't funnel it, it's still 3.6 energy, right? Do you go triple fav? I think right now I should go triple fav because my Columbina build kind of sucks. But I think once you get a good Columbina build, you don't necessarily need to go fav on her. I don't know. Because here's the thing, okay? In this team, if you have Sack, Jade, or Sig, Columbina should build full damage, no ER. And burst every other rotation. But if you don't have Sack, Jade, or Sig, you don't gain enough from going a damage weapon to justify doing that. And it's better to just go Proto Amber or Fav and burst every rotation. You'd be able to burst every rotation with Sig if you build like ER Sands or something, but it's straight up not worth it. I mean, I guess it depends, right? If you're able to consistently get the fast combos, then burst doesn't extend your rotation length at all, and then it's fine. But if you're not, then burst does extend your rotation. Like, if you're not doing the fast combos, right? I'll use my E when the time says 5.
You got this. Be gone, Shadow. Everyone on me. Hold.
And we'll do the non-fast combo.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Okay, I accidentally did a fast combo there.
Smite the dust.
That was not it. My bad. We'll use it at 5 again.
Wayne, a new moon rises.
All the light shines bright. Rally! Charge!
Without further ado. Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed
Right?
moon shines.
And I saw back to Columbina and I use her E at 24. So it's a 19-second rotation. If we skip the burst, it would be about 18, right? And that'll be the case even more if you have a character other than Goro, like Zhongli, that has slightly longer field time. Right? And then it can actually become worthwhile to skip the Columbina burst if skipping the Columbina burst allows you to build less ER. And build more damage. Because, like, the best way to look at it is in Flynn's teams, Columbina burst can be good because it affects more different characters, and the personal damage on Columbina in those teams isn't that high. Because the supports that you bring in Flynn's teams aren't really supports that are focused on increasing Columbina's damage. Like, Sucrose does, right? Sure. But, like, Inefa doesn't. Inefa is about personal damage. In these teams, your teammates actually do increase Columbina personal damage. Right? Like, in Nefer teams, you kind of have to use the Columbina burst for the do stuff. And she does less damage. In Flynn's teams, she does a reasonable amount of damage, but the buff you get from the burst is reasonable. And then in these teams, the buff you get is a little bit lower, and the amount of damage that she does is a little bit higher. So these are the teams, or along with the Binefa teams, that are the least dependent on using Columbina burst every rotation. You know, there's something I kind of want to try. How bad is, like, on-field Columbina with Itlua... with Itlua buffing her? How bad could that be, do you guys think? Like, really, how bad could that really be? I don't... You know what? Actually, I take it back. I don't want to try that. Never mind. Never mind. Who's applying Geo? Zhongli. Itlua, Zhongli, Columbina, I know. That sounds terrible? Yeah, it does. It does sound terrible, you're right. Noel would be better, but then you can't on-field Columbina, and if you can't on-field Columbina, Idlua's not doing anything. I mean, I guess that's not true. He's still buffing your crit, but like, yeah. You test Columbina, Goro Zhongli. The biggest problem with that is that, my builds are cooked for that. So it's gonna be a bit annoying. But I can. I'll just have to regear a few times. So, like, right now my Zhongli's on Instructor, just like Goro. I can put him on Serenade, I suppose. Do I just yoink Itlua's gear? But it's not really good for him. I mean, I guess I still do. Kinda. I'll go crit rate, though. Why do I have that, man? I actually don't know what to expect from this. 120? Maybe? Or will it be less than that? I'm not sure. Are you doing Archon Quest today? Yes, we are. Klugi. What is modifiers? Energy off, healing off? What does that mean? Oh, does this make it so that you don't regain, you don't heal and get full energy back when you reset the dummy? That makes sense. Let's get the Rune Guard. I'm on the French. I'm on the fence between Zabai and Skirk. Should I get Skirk with Finale, but I have her premium team, or should I go Zabai with Udaku, but with Aino, Shilone, and Inefa? If you don't have Columbina, don't go for Zabai, I would say.
The whole world
With that
shares
team,
the
it's like,
bounty
eh.
of the skies, the rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath.
If you already have Escafif Arena, you should go for Skirk over Zabai for sure. Alright, what do I want to do here? Right. So, what's the rotation here?
A moonlit night for all.
Everyone on me! Fall it!
Be cleansed. Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
Whoa, a new moon rises.
Stabilize.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
So around 120k.
Solidify.
which is pretty much what we expected.
Be cleansed.
But I have C1 Zhongli, which kind of skews things.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
Surge, a moonlit night for all.
Stabilize. Fall in. Press the advance.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the
Wane, a new moon rises.
Gather. Advance.
without further ado. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Whoa, a moonlit night for all.
So that's what you're building Zhongli for. Right now, he's just on a normal Serenade. He is definitely not on the right build. I'll tell you that, though.
Smite the dust.
Like, the main stats are wrong right now. He's on EM, I think.
Wane, three moons converge.
Gather. Fall in.
Without further ado.
He should not be on EM. Because he shouldn't even be secondary contributor, let alone primary contributor for the Lunar Crystallize.
Surge,
I guess he would be secondary when,
Stabilize. Charge. Everyone on me.
when Zabai is not on field.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the
But
dust.
says he has the lunar reaction damage to the on-fielder. That's not true. It adds the lunar reaction damage to the last character to have applied element, which is more often the on-fielder generally, but not always. That's why Zhongli has 16% damage contribution here, because C1 Zhongli has really fast Geo app, so he's very often the last applied element for the lunar crystallized damage. So he's getting a lot of the ownership, according to the dummy stuff. Do keep in mind, though, my crit ratio is capped by 7% with Idlua, and not capped here. So the gap is actually a little bit bigger. Zajef is now higher Billy Oscar level than me. Yep, and I'll keep climbing. I will keep climbing. We can check how my Inefa team does now. Sure. Is she Lonan geared properly? Hopefully. Yep. That's good enough. Have you tried Albedo Official? No, but I don't think it would be good. But, like, unless I'm missing something major, I don't really see it. I don't see the vision. Where the fuck is Inefa? Hello! There she is.
Please select target for cleanup sequence.
Yeah, I saw the no weapon Molani. It's fucking crazy. Dude, they should add cookies in Miliostra. Imagine if you could save your settings when you leave and come back. That'd be nice. They have that? Wait, they do? They could, but classic mode doesn't have that? Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, what the fuck is the rotation here? It doesn't matter, man. Just fucking throw shit at the wall, see what sticks.
Defensive mode engaged.
Annihilation mode. Without further ado,
Okay, where's my hydro? Hello?
lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
A new moon.
Okay, what weapon is my Inefa on? Okay, that's the right one. Fine. That was a fucking omega cooked start.
A moonlit night for all.
Ultimatum protocol. Defensive mode.
Bring it. Smite the dust.
Did I not proc the Fav on Shilonen? Oh, okay. Right, we're gonna start over.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
Surge.
Lower than Ilu Agoro? I mean, I was fucking... It was a very cooked rotation.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Smite the dust.
I keep swapping... I gotta stop fucking muscle memory swapping to Columbina like that, man.
Deployed. Preparing for dust up.
Whoa. A moonlit night for all.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Cleanup sequence.
Surge. A new moon rises.
Be cleansed.
What am I doing? Why did I just do that? That was bad. What the fuck? Why would I do that?
Ultimatum
That was
protocol.
awful. Oh my god.
Wane. A moonlit night for all.
Guy, did you know that the Z in Zajef stands for this guy fucking sucks at this game? I didn't swap the Inefa again.
Installation
Dude,
chamber.
what's wrong with me?
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
Surge. 3 moons convert.
Smite the dust. Smite the dust.
Cleanup sequence in.
Whoa.
Okay, it's climbing a little now that I'm getting more used to the rotation here. Oops.
Divine light, shield them.
Ultimatum protocol. Defensive mode.
Wane. A moonlit night for all.
Bring it. Be cleansed.
I'm bad. Whatever, just get me out.
Smite the dust.
Ah, I swapped the Columbina again. It's fine, 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 it's fine.
Without further ado. Smite the dust.
Preparing for dust up.
Wane.
Anyone tell me if Duran is better than Mawika for Versa Overload? They're very similar if you play Mawika very well, but the Mawika teams are a lot harder to play.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
That was a lot better. This is how you're supposed to fucking play that rotation.
Bring it. Without further ado.
That was pretty bad.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
Ultimatum protocol.
That's fine.
Surge, a moonlit night for all.
Smite the dust.
I really want to make a Dubai combos video because I'm having so much fun with them.
Divine light, shield them.
Cleanup sequence in its
Wane, a new moon rises.
Bring it.
Eat Lua in place of Shilona? No, that's not good.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's worse.
defensive mode.
Surge, a moonlit night.
Because even with the Ilua Geo app, you're still getting more Lunar Charge and Lunar Crystallize. So Columbina does Lunar Charge damage with her E, not Lunar Crystallize. So Columbina doesn't get buffed by the stat buff from Ilua. And it's just a lot worse when you do that.
New moon rises.
Bring it.
Oopsie. Should just use the burst.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Ultimatum protocol. Cleanup sequence.
Whoa, 3 moons converge.
How does she feel against less stationary enemies? I heard people say she has targeting issues and other flung. I mean, I haven't really experienced that, but I also have only played her in Stygian and Dummy.
Them.
So
Smite the dust.
we can probably get like 140 something with better gameplay, and my builds are definitely cooked. But yeah, we can go try her in Abyss right now. I don't think I've actually done that yet. Ooh, level 14. But I think that people are overplaying the targeting issues because it actually doesn't matter if you're targeting the wrong thing. Oh yeah, apparently there's a bug with her though, where like there's a certain there's a hole in her hitbox apparently where if the enemy is at a very specific distance from you, like there's a hole in the horse basically. And if the enemy's inside the hole, then they don't take damage from the horse, even if they get hit by it, because they don't actually get hit by it because there's a hole in the horse. JoJo reference? Oh my god! Which side should we do? I guess we can do either side, right? We would have to do Binefa on second side. I don't really want to do that. That sounds cringe and boring and cringe. Yeah, let's use Zhongli. Columbina. I just fucking changed the Zhongli build though. He's not an instructor anymore. It's fine. Instructor. I'm gonna have to fucking level some instructor pieces for him at some point, though. For him and for Goro. Do I even have defense main stat that's not leveled? I don't think... Oh, shit. I did not lock a single defense main stat sense. That's crazy. I can go off beast sense, though. I'm pretty sure I have a defense main stat that's not leveled here. Yeah. No crit rate on it, though, which is a bit unfortunate. But we will crit rate here, so it's fine. Yeah. Easy clap. Sure. Oh. That's not bad. Oh. Okay. That's pretty nice to have. Alright. Shit, bro, I'll take that. What? Okay, yeah. That's acceptable. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Nice. That's all right. You know, I'll take that. That's nice. 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 I'll take that. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's yeah, sure. Yeah, that's pretty okay. Is your highest ER? Yeah, my previous highest one was 13.5. Yeah, you guys might be like, oh my god, fucking streamer luck, I can't believe this, but like, keep in mind, alright? Keep in mind, that this is my best feather on the Morning Star set, okay? So like, you know, ups and downs. You give, you take. Yeah, it is what it is, as they say. Do I have something with a bunch of crit rate and defense percent? No. Unlucky. That's fine, though. This probably don't either, right? Crit rate, defense percent. Could level that. That looks alright. But for now, I'll just stick to this. And then... okay. And then second side, what do I play? He asks. What? No, that's aw. As if he didn't know the answer already. What? I know that she's not on R5-5, but she might, yeah, she's not on 5 at all. That's a problem. I can give the lower fine 5 to Zhongli, no problem, I think. Then... wait, yeah, okay, I need another... I can give her the level 1 5, though. She doesn't care about the ER or the attack very much, so it's fine. And then... yeah, sure, I guess. Are you still going for Varka? I don't think so at this point.
Wayne, a moonlit night for all.
Maybe I can stay far enough that he does the good... no.
Solidify.
Be cleansed. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
That didn't hit? Oh, that's bad. Eh, it doesn't matter, actually.
A new moon rises.
Behold the dawn. While the light shines bright.
That, I forgot, that doesn't count it. Okay, whatever, it's fine.
Gather.
We'll get the death particles anyways. No, we won't, I forgot. You don't actually get the death particles.
Smite the dust.
It's fine. I should have booked the death particles, actually. That's what I was supposed to do here.
Hands where I can see 'em.
Decay. New life. Watch.
Start the... it's justice o'clock. Yeah! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock. Yeah!
Light will never die.
Oh, fuck you. He iframed me, no.
In space.
Faster! Stronger!
So you were pulling him no matter what? Yeah, but then I ended up spending a lot of primos on Zabai, so I changed my mind.
It's justice o'clock. Yeah!
Hello? Okay.
Final warning.
Watch out.
Like, if I would, if I didn't, like, get Omega unlucky with the amount of pulls it took for Zabai,
Charge!
I probably would have gone for Varka, but like at this point, if I go for Varka, I'm actually out of primos. Like straight up out. When's the Varka pre-release? Maybe we do that today.
Be gone, Shadow of Dark.
Whatever. Who needs the Columbina burst? I fucked up.
Smite the dust.
Why did I do that?
Clear, the glaze.
Three moons
Wait, no, I'm
converge.
fine. Okay, that's good enough.
Quake.
That's not good enough. Why didn't I shield? It doesn't matter.
A new moon rises.
You got this. The light compel. Stable up.
Divine light, shield them.
Surge.
Smite the dust.
I guess this isn't really AoE though, so like, it doesn't mean shit.
Justice will prevail.
Watch out. Decay.
I should have followed it. I don't know where it went. Oh, it didn't move. But
Stronger. Charge. Oof. Hut. Yeah. Hut. Hero incoming.
oh my fucking god, bro is dying.
Charge.
Jesus Christ. What? Jesus Christ. I didn't expect to do that much damage.
Wane.
Oh yeah, it's
Moons
that.
converge.
While the light shines bright.
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glaze moon shines.
Oh, that's really bad, isn't it? 'Cause I don't have healing.
Moon rises.
You got this.
No, I'll be fine actually.
Gather.
I think Proto Ember is enough, yeah.
Smite the dust.
I fucked up.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Okay. I mean, this is... I mean, there was no problems with targeting, but none of this was AoE, so like... Like, we don't really have AoE in this Abyss. So like, where do you guys want me to... Where did people even experience the targeting issues? Overworld? What? I don't know, man. I feel like that's not really like, a problem. Have you tried C1 Dubai? No, not yet. People were just expecting her to snap onto enemies like Archon does? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm fucking poor, so I should probably do more, Yeah, so no, they were asking if I had just tested it on an account. Right? Like, it's probably more, right? Also, might as well activate this. Huge. Because I also, like, ideally would like to level these characters. Maybe her too. God, yeah, I really need Mora. Wait a second. That's not right. I guess I didn't have Serenade. It's fine. Happens. Yeah, because, like, I need 120k Mora to ascend him, and then another, like, 1.5 mil for talents and levels. A bit more than that, actually. And I have 110,000 right now. Yeah. Okay, we're doing this.
Sure.
You know what? I'm not gonna use Eloy in Overworld, because I don't want to have to use bursts and shit. I'll just bring Goro, because he gives the buff just from skill.
Solidify.
I just realized I'm not gonna get a single lunar charge, am I?
Divine light.
It doesn't
shield
matter.
them.
Or not lunar charge, I meant lunar crystallize. Archon Quest. Chat, this account has already done the Archon Quest anyways. It's on the other account that I'm doing it.
Gather. Fall in.
Without further ado.
I mean, I guess I can see it there, but it's like... That's not really a targeting issue, it's just... Like, yeah, her AoE's pretty small, and these enemies were very split.
Add Astro. Thank you for complete.
Did you know that Zabai Friendship 6 gives a portable waypoint gadget? Like a gadget? Like a new thing? Or just like one charge of the thing? A new thing? Wait, what? That's kind of crazy. One free waypoint forever? Oh? Wait, that's actually crazy. What the hell? Hey, that's actually insane. Oh my god, global passive. Oh my god. Pay to win teleport. That's fucking crazy, actually. Alright. 182 resin. Let us just go do this. It works like a normal portable waypoint. You still need to place it every 7 days. Oh, okay. Then that doesn't matter. Because the annoying part about the portable waypoint isn't having to make it. It's having to remember on the last day before it expires to go place it back down so you don't have to walk back again. Like, crafting it doesn't really matter. It's not really annoying. It's not really that annoying.
Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
Crafting it sucks because I don't want to use resources, but it's like fake resources, right? Farming fireflies is ass. I mean, you just teleport to that one place in the chasm and get double pre-lock. What the hell? Why is this pre-locked? Okay. Oh. Who the... That got fucking baited. Jesus Christ.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Do you fear the dark? Close your eyes. To dust.
Now my main test thing is gonna be the chicken robot. What is the chicken robot? And also, why not Meliastra? Classic. Attack circlets with double crit are just a fucking classic, man. Like, yeah, of course, yeah, What did I just do? I don't know what I just did.
Cleanup sequence in
Be silent. Observe. To dust. Be silent. Night falls.
Rude to Knuckle Duckle? Wait, what do you mean? Knuckle Duckle is not a chicken. What the fuck are you yapping about? Nah. You did not call it a chicken. It's a duck? Dude, I'm gonna be honest, alright?
Absorption test.
Observe. Close your eyes. Do you fear the
I think I know might be blind, because I don't know if I'd call that a duck, man. Goose on the loose, true. What if it's just a goose? She's 9, she might not have seen many ducks in her life. I mean, she uses ducks as like a recurring patterns in her inventions.
Do you fear the
Right? Like it... I don't think she actually thinks it's a duck. She just called it Knuckle Duckle because she likes ducks. Whatever. Warcraft release tomorrow? Probably. Last Monday before the live stream. They haven't really done any beta changers on the Monday before the live stream in a long time though, but who knows? Maybe.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
V6 scope, exactly. He'll get V6, trust. Time for the Archon Quest. I think there's a video I want to record first. In Zabai, Columbina, Inefa, who's the best 4-slot? Goro, Aino, or Itlua? If you don't have Shilonen, probably C2 Itlua. But CJ's Goro is probably also okay. We can bring this team for now, sure. You're not doing the Archon Quest? I think I will keep going with the Archon Quest today, but I want to record this video first. Alright. I want to say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a short and sweet little video about Zabai combos. I've seen a lot of confusion going around about the best combos to do on Zabai. And I also saw I saw a post from 7 I don't know how you're supposed to, I think it's 7 even, please. I think that's how you're supposed to say the whole... I saw a post from 7 where he talked about his Dire Clear on C0R1 Zabai. And he was saying that the setup that allowed him to clear was the one that built a little bit of ER on Zabai. And I think that's really interesting. So I decided that I wanted to talk about Zabai combos and how your specific ER threshold might affect which combos you want to use. So let's just get right into it, right? If you've watched my first impressions video, you might already be aware that Zabai's default combo of just doing N4E 4 times is often not necessarily optimal. But quick reminder. And right now, I have set up this dummy to have a permanent Hydro Aura, so I don't have to think about rotations, and I can just do the combo itself, right? So the very, very default combo, you do 4. And then on the last one, you can either use your E as soon as it's available, or do the full N4 again. Just in terms of damage, this combo is pretty much always the best. Because and I didn't include the burst, but like you would just include the burst instead of one of the attack strings, or after or before, depending on a bunch of like specific things, buff up time, whatever, right? Like at least in terms of no burst combos, this is the best combo in terms of overall damage, and the alternative combos don't do more damage. They're just faster. And the alternative combo I mentioned in the first impressions video is you do N4, and then you do N4 again, and then you E, E, N1, E. Which does a little bit less damage because you have one less N4. But it goes off more quickly because you end up generating an extra 35 of her stacks, of her meter, by delaying your first E for 4 seconds and allowing the reset to happen. And just in terms of normal attack combos that don't use burst, this is very much still the case. Although, like I mentioned in that first impressions video, there's things that can interfere with the combo. When you have off-field Geo or off-field Electro, it can make it so that the enemy doesn't have a Hydro Aura at a given time. And if you don't have Hydro Aura, you won't trigger Lunar Crystallize. And if you don't trigger Lunar Crystallize, you don't get the plus 35. And you might need to delay your next E because there's no Hydro on the enemy, and you have to wait for the Hydro to get that plus 35. And so very often, when you do a team like this, I remove the aura here, so the aura will just behave normally. As you can see, instead of getting my plus 35 on the first attack, I got it on the third attack. Because on the first attack, oh, see, again here, right? I just didn't get it at all. And I have to do an extra, I have to finish a string and do a little bit more too. Because the Electro Aura is interfering, Electro doesn't prevent you from triggering Lunar Crystal, or Lunar Crystallize, but it weakens the Hydro Aura, and if it weakens the Hydro Aura too much, well, you'll run out of Hydro, and if you run out of Hydro, well, you can't trigger Lunar Crystallize, obviously. So obviously this is a problem that could be solved by just bringing a second off-field Hydro, but the problem is, we don't have a second off-field Hydro that's actually good for Zabai. Like, the most, like, acceptable, I guess, one is Aino, but she has the same problems as she has in Flynn's teams and whatnot, where, like, she's just not a great character. It's not quite as bad as in Flynn's teams, because at least, well, if you're not doing the Inefa version of this team, Zabai has a larger portion of the team DPS, but it's still Aino, who's just not that great of a character. Or you can bring another character like Yelan that just doesn't have a lot of synergy with the team. Anyways, the point I'm making here is there are going to be some potential issues that may prevent you from reliably getting your shortened combos. And in teams where your supports have a bit longer field time than if you do the, like, default Itlo Goro Columbina. Right, if you're using Zhongli instead of Goro, Zhongli's hold E takes a bit longer than Goro. If you're using Inefa or Burst, when you have it, it's obviously very long. Stuff like that. And in those teams, doing the shortened combos matters a lot, because you would very much like to not extend your rotations too much. Yeah, sure. I can close it for now because I don't need it here. Anyways, I wanted to talk about a few different alternatives to the combos that can change based on your different based on your specific setup, based on the specific amount of ER you have. So why am I talking about ER? Because obviously Zabai's Burst, when you have it, is worth using. It's not necessarily worth building a lot of ER for, but it is worth using. And if you're missing one energy to get the burst, and sacrificing a crit stat for an ER stat, like sacrificing a crit roll for an ER roll, is probably worth it. Right? Losing one crit stat to get a whole additional burst is generally going to be worth it. But if it's a lot of crit stats, it might not be. Anyways, when it comes to burst usage, you have two options. I guess three options. Your first option is to just build no ER and use the burst when it's available at a given time in your rotation. So if we do the shortened combo that we did earlier, right, it would be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, E, E, and 1 E,
Lofty
Q,
wisdom will
E.
show us the way.
Right? And then, wow, very cool. Hog. And then on the next rotation, we don't have the burst. E, E, and 1 E. And then instead of the Q here, we do an N4.
Smite the dust.
And then on the next rotation, we will have the energy for the burst. So you basically just end up doing a burst at the burst at a specific time in your rotation, every other rotation. That's your first option. Your second option is to just build a little bit of VR. And if you just build a little bit of VR, then you just do the same thing.
Smite the dust.
And on the next rotation, because you've built a little bit of VR, you'll have the burst back. So you'll be fine. But there is one more option. And I guess I can show it with this as long as I keep the Hydro Aura. So remember, I still have the Hydro Aura, like the extra Hydro Aura here. So keep that in mind. It is making it easier for me to do the combos. But yeah, the third option that you have is to learn a few different alternative rotations that use your burst at a different time. Because if you do the rotation that I showed, right, you do 4, and then another 4, and then E, E, and 1, E, Q, E.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
Right? We look at the energy we're at the end of our rotation, we have nothing. But if you do this,
Wisdom will show us the
or you
way.
start with the burst,
Smite the dust. Smite the dust.
and you do the N4 for the last E instead of the first E, you finish your rotation with a lot more energy. In other words, it is possible to use your burst more than once every other rotation, but less than every rotation.
A new moon rises.
Insulation chamber.
Without further ado.
Oh, wait, did I not put the Hydro? No, I did. Oh, it's right. It's a little weird with Inefa. I'll just not swap the Inefa for now.
Surge.
Divine light, shield them.
3 moons converge. Wane.
Bring it.
Wait, I think without the swap to Inefa, I don't have the particles to show it. No, I think I will.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
And as you can see, right? Despite the fact that I do not have enough energy to burst every rotation, as you were able to very clearly see, right? I was not anywhere close to full energy at the time when I used my burst on the first rotation. I still managed to get the burst out before the end of the rotation. But then the next time I swap to Zabai, I'll be even lower on energy, which means I won't be able to get the burst. So in this specific case, I would have been able to get the burst for the first 2 rotations, and then I wouldn't have had it for the 3rd rotation.
Mathematics
And then I
is
can
the
just repeat
foundation
this,
of all
and instead of
things.
having the burst
If
every
you're interested,
other
I
rotation,
can teach you
I now have the
some
burst 2 out of 3
arithmetic.
rotations.
First, hold out both your hands.
Now,
Place
because
them on
energy
the
generation can depend on a lot of factors, enemies can drop particles, characters can be on Favonius weapons, and sometimes the Favonius weapons don't proc. cards. Yeah, sometimes the Favonius weapons don't proc. And a lot of characters have RNG particle generation like directly in their kit. Because of all of those factors, I think that it's actually pretty meaningful to learn the alternative combos that allow Zabai to use her burst at different times in the rotation. So let's just quickly talk about them. First one is the one that uses the burst the earliest into the rotation. I think you're generally almost always better off using burst after using skill. You don't want to use burst before skill, because then you're just standing there, waiting, losing time, without generating the stacks from waiting when you wait during her skill, right? If you're going to be spending time on Zabai anyways, it might as well be while her skill is active, because it's not about maximizing skill uptime, it's about getting all of your 4 lunar crystallized skill damage as quickly as possible. So unless your skill is on cooldown when you swap to Zabai, which I guess sometimes will be the case, right? Like, there may be some factors that lead to you swapping to Zabai with skill on cooldown, and when that's the case, feel free to use the burst before the skill. No problem with that. But when that's not the case, the rotation that uses the burst earliest, or the combo that uses the burst earliest into the rotation, is E, N1, Q, and then N4, and then E, E, N1, E, N4, E. And then, obviously, as you might have been able to tell, the N4 wasn't necessary. We could have just done, like, N2. But generally, if you just do N2 there, you swap back to your supports a little bit too early. Yeah, so this is the... It's basically the same combo as the one that does 2 N4, right? But...
Mathematics is the foundation of all things. If you're
we use the burst
I can teach you some arithmetic.
at the start,
First, hold out
before
both
your
hands.
first skill,
We'll start
instead
with
of between the
fingers.
third and the fourth skill. But it's the same idea where you wait the 4 seconds before using your first skill, and then you do 3 skills in a row. You have to be careful if you do this, because the timing is a little bit different. It's very easy to get the timing down with the double N4, because it's just you do the N4, then another N4, and then you immediately use the E. And you can tell that you got the timing perfectly when, as you use the E, she goes back to 70. What was I saying? I'm getting distracted, sorry. Fucking Joels are distracting me. Oh yeah. With the N1 burst into N4,
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Smite the dust.
I guess you still get it if you do it like this. Okay, never mind, actually. I guess with the end, it's fine, too.
Lofty
I
instant
didn't
will
fucking
show
do
us the
N1.
way.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Smite the dust. Without further ado, divine light, shield them.
I guess it's fine.
Smite the dust.
Yeah, so this is the first combo, right, where you N1, and then immediately burst, and then N4. One thing to be a little bit careful about is if you're slow on the execution,
Sky's clear.
like
The
this,
glazed moon shines.
I guess it was still fine here, huh?
Smite the dust.
Okay. I guess there's more wiggle room than I thought there would be. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, so this is the first one. The second one, and as a reminder, Zabai's energy generation happens when she uses her normal attacks during the skill or when she uses the skill itself. And it's a 2 out of 3 chance to generate a particle with a cooldown of 2 seconds, right? So you generate your particle, and then 2 seconds later, you'll generate another particle. Zabai combo that finishes in 15 seconds. What does that even mean? 15 seconds is very long. What are you talking about? Or do you mean a rotation that finishes in 15 seconds?
The whole world shares the bounty of the skies, the rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath.
I mean,
The
that's,
moon
yeah,
was
like, I
never
know about
meant to be a
that.
foreign realm.
But it's not even great execution there. Anyways. Anyways. The next... But yeah. So that means that if you are on full energy when you swap to Zabai, use your E, it doesn't generate particles. You do the N1, it generates a particle, but you can catch that particle during your burst animation. You guys can't see because it's being hidden by the Spotify, but there's a tiny little bit of energy there from that one particle. So this combo does not waste any energy generated by Zabai. If you swap and your burst is almost full but not quite there, you can do the same thing, but just in the opposite order, where instead of doing N1 burst N4, you can do N4 burst N1.
Without further ado, the sky's clear, the glazed moon shines. Smite the dust.
The N1 itself isn't actually necessary, and if you want to get your next skill a bit earlier, you can actually skip it altogether. And just wait a little bit instead, because if you do use the N1, it means that your next N1 won't apply Geo because of internal cooldown, so it delays your third skill a little bit, right? So you can also instead just do N4,
Lofty wisdom will show us the
then
way.
just wait a little bit, and then skill, and one skill. This is the second combo, right? The one that uses burst after generally the first instance of particle generation before the second one. Obviously, though, you might also have other sources of energy generation from off-field, like Columbina's skill, like Idefa's skill, like Zhongli's skill. Then the one that uses it after generally 2 or 3 instances of the skill generation is the first combo I mentioned, the one that does N4. Then twice, then E, N1, E, and then you use the burst here.
The glazed moon shines.
And finally, you can just do something somewhat similar by just using your burst after your whole skill. Generally, though, some of your buffs are going to fall off if you try to do that. So I prefer if my burst only comes available, like if I still don't have the energy for it here, right? And I still don't have the energy, and if I get the energy now, generally I prefer just swapping to support, and then when I swap back to Zabai, doing the N1 burst combo.
Be cleansed. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Anyways, all of that being said, though, being able to do these combos reliably depends on your Hydro application. And it depends on the application of the other elements as well. So in real situations, very often you will try to get these combos and then it'll break. You won't get your Lunar Crystallize. So what do you do then? Well, honestly, you just accept it. It's not the end of the world. And learning the times when you can use the burst when you're not getting the Lunar Crystallize resets, like the extra 35 from a double Lunar Crystallize proc, can also be useful. But obviously, that's not complicated, right? That's just, well, do the burst.
Shield them.
And then do the N4, I guess. Yeah. You just use the burst when it's available, and other than that, you just do N4 spam. There are some teams where it's easier to get it than others. In my experience, it generally tends to be easiest to do it with the Idlu Agoro team. Or I guess technically it's even easier if you have even more Hydro with double Hydro, but I don't love those teams very much, so it's like, meh. And then another thing that you can do, if you're struggling to get the stuff or the combos reliably, is learning ways of like bypassing some of the issues. So for example, I've shown you the default. Oops, I didn't do the N4, but it's fine. 2 N4, then E, E, N1, E, Q, E. Right? Which is the very the most baseline triple E combo. Very often though, after your second E, because it applies Geo, you might not have Hydro on the enemy if that Geo application coincides with another application from Inefa, from Ilua that also reduces the Hydro aura. And so what I like doing is I do the double N4, then I do E, E, and then I do N1 EQ. Because during your E animation, your Q won't go through. So if you do N1 EQ, right? Actually, let me show the input overlay. Right? If I do, when I have the thing available, and one EQ, even though I inputted the Q, the burst didn't go off, because it was during the skill animation. But if, when I do N1 EQ, I don't get enough stacks to use the burst, or to use the skill, it'll use the burst instead. And that allows you to transform this triple E into burst into 1E combo into
Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
Okay, I did an N1 there like an idiot. You're not supposed to. Oopsie. We'll do it again.
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
Into a 2E burst 2E combo. That basically takes about as long. And this allows you to more reliably get your, like, all of your E's in a shortened uptime. even if your aura is inconsistent. Obviously, though, this specific setup will only work for this specific combo, right? If you're doing a different combo, so if you don't have enough ER to burst every rotation, and you're trying to get bursts more than once per rotation, or sorry, more than once per 2 rotations, if you're doing the staggered burst combos, for the other moments when you can use the burst, that might get a little bit more difficult. Anyways, I'll show you guys what my combos generally look like on a couple different teams. I'm still not great at identifying the situations for each combo, but I'm getting better at it.
A new moon rises.
In the Inefa team, I generally try to just not
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
I generally try to just not use the triple E combos. I just accept, you know what? The aura is a bit too inconsistent, so I'll just do N4 combos. And with that in mind, what I like looking at is whether I get the extra 35 at the very start.
Insulation chamber deployed.
On the first N1 that you do. Because sometimes you don't get it because the aura's a little cooked. Like here, I didn't get it, and but I got it in the second one.
Divine light, shield them.
And then here,
Smite the dust.
we get it like this. One thing to keep in mind is, you don't necessarily need to use your skill as soon as it's available, even when you're not trying to do triple E combos. If you get the skill after an N3, and it's not your last skill, if you use a skill immediately, and then start your next normal attack string, you'll probably get it after the N3 again. And it's a lot worse to do N3 skill N3 than it is to do N4 skill N2. So you can afford to be a little bit more patient than you might think on your skill usage. Yeah. And if your specific timing is, like, really unfortunate with the Inefa team, you might not get a single Lunar Crystallize over your N4. And when that's the case, you cry, you take the L, maybe you use the burst instead, like while waiting for the extra stacks, and you're a little bit unhappy about it. From what I've heard, it seems like that happens a bit more with C1 Zabai too, because, well, you have to use more skills, so like the specific timing when you might get fucked by there not being Hydro Aura can happen more often. Also, you might have noticed that I've done a little bit of that sometimes I do. Oh, wait, I didn't put the Hydro Aura on. My bad. You might have noticed that sometimes when I do the like triple E combo, instead of just doing N4E, I do N4 dash N4E. There's not really much of a difference. The dash is technically a DPS gain, but it's very small, so you don't have to bother with it if you don't want to. Yeah. Let me also show you a few rotations of the Goro version of the team. with Ilua, where you tend to get your triple E combos a little bit more reliably. Let me double check the builds. Serenade and Instructor. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna try to yap when I do specific things that I think are worth pointing out, so I might lose focus when I do. Fair warning. Anyways.
Wane, a new moon rises.
Here, I like doing Goro burst into skill instead of skill into burst, so I can battery the energy into Zabai. Oh, that's a bit annoying. I didn't proc my Pav, so my Columbina was a little homeless.
Smite the dust. Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
I kind of fucked that up too. Unlucky. No!
New moons converge.
While the light shines bright. Rally! Advance!
Without further ado.
Yeah, see, here I noticed I did not proc the Lunar Crystallize at the very start of the rotation. That's your sign to not even try to do the triple E combo when that happens. You just say, okay, the application lined up poorly, we take the L, we don't bother. I should have used the burst there.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Surge.
Columbina ER is just a tiny bit too low right now. It's a bit annoying, but
A moonlit night
it
for
is what
all.
it is.
While the light shines bright. Everyone on me!
Without further ado. Divine light,
Ooh,
shield
I don't think
them.
I got the Lunar Crystallize there, so I'll have to delay it a bit. Nah. It did not work out. Oh, I ran out of Hydro. Okay, yeah. Another thing that you can do in this team, that's not a Zabai combo, but it's a Zabai rotation tip. This team specifically, right? You have Itlua's buff, you have Goro's buff, and some of those actually apply to Columbina's damage too. Which means that she actually does a pretty good amount of damage when she's actually properly built. To the point where, if you have a good weapon for damage for her, namely either Sig or Sacrificial Jade, it might be better to just forego energy recharge on her and use her burst every other rotation, so that you can focus entirely on damage. Because her burst is not that good in this team. It's worth using if you have it, but it's not an insanely impactful ability.
A new moon rises.
I don't have one of those weapons though, so I don't do that.
Charge!
Be cleansed. The sky's
Okay,
clear.
so here I did not get the Lunar Crystallize at the start, so I know that things are going to be a little cooked. But that's fine. Dude, okay. I'm getting really annoyed by being 2 energy short on Columbina right now. I'm just going to go change that so I can record proper footage. I'm just going to put her on 5 so I don't have to bother. But I might actually have enough energy to burst every rotation on Zabai with the 5. So it might make it harder to show what I want to show. Nah, the 5s won't proc. The 5s won't proc. I've been here. I've been through this before.
Surge. A moonlit night for all.
Behold the dawn! Everyone on me! Advance!
Okay, so we got it here, so we can actually go for the combo this time. Okay, we did not have the Hydro Aura at the right time there, but it still worked out.
Three moons converge.
Light compels you.
Because we had it for the next one. Oops. Swapped a little too early.
Smite the dust. Divine light, shield them.
That was a very bad execution on the combo there. Oopsie.
All the light shines bright. We go rally. Advance.
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Three moons converge.
Go get him, Aiden. Light compels. Fall in.
Be cleansed. Smite the dust.
Yeah, so we didn't have the energy to burst there, so we just take the L, except, okay, that's fine. But I did swap out earlier, so I'll probably have my Zabai skill on cooldown when I swap to her. I did. So that's the moment when you use the... Oopsie.
Smite the dust.
That's the moment when you use the burst before using skill, just because it's on cooldown.
Three moons converge.
Go get him, Aiden. Be gone, Shadow. Fall in.
Divine light, shield them. Smite the dust.
Wane, a moonlit night for all.
You got this. Behold the dawn. Rally. Advance.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
A new moon rises.
Go get him, Aiden. Be gone, Shadow.
Be cleansed. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
A moonlit night for all.
All the light shines bright. Press the advantage. Charge.
Without further ado,
I noticed I didn't get the Lunar Crystallize here, so I don't even try to go for the... I mean, I guess I could try to go for it here.
smite the dust.
Nah, it didn't work.
Surge. A new moon rises.
You got this.
Oh, yeah.
Be gone, Shadow. Fall in.
One of the reasons why I'm doing all of this is to show that, like, even at, like, very...
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Depending on how much ER you have on Zabai, and depending on how much energy generation you have on your team, you might be able to get the burst more or less often. Sometimes it'll be worth to build a little bit of ER, because, let's say on the Inefa team, it's hard to do these alternate combos, so you kind of want to stick to the N4 combos, and then when you're doing the N4 combos, well, it's... doing the burst at a very specific time is nice, because you get to do the 3 full N4s. You don't have to do any N3 bullshit. But another factor that can be pretty important here is that it is very possible for people to get a lot more ER than others just based off of artifact RNG.
Mathematics is the
Because
foundation
Zabai is
of
a
all
character,
things.
especially if you're on
If you're
Harbinger.
interested, I can...
If you're on a Harbinger, Zabai is a character for whom the useful stats are crit. Well, even if you're not on Harbinger, it's crit, crit, defense, EM, and ER, and then double crit if you're not overcapped on crit rate. But it's very easy to overcap on crit rate with Harbinger, so with Harbinger, crit rate is a little bit less valuable. But also, especially in these teams, she gets defense buffs. She gets EM buffs. So the value of defense and EM aren't as high as they can be for, like, HP and EM on Molani, for example. Because of that, the amount of damage that you have to sacrifice in order to get energy recharge might not be as high as you think. You might have a set with her, or for her, that has like 125 ER, where you're sacrificing like 1 roll of crit. Or you're sacrificing like 3 rolls of crit, but you get 2 more rolls of defense, or something. And in a lot of situations, that set might be better for you. So, what I would recommend, try to learn, and the dummy is really useful for that. Try to get used to the staggered burst combos and see if your specific set requires staggered burst, if you can do burst every rotation. Because I do think that, like, maximizing your burst usage is the main difference between
reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch.
between people that played Zabai very well and people who don't. And yeah, another thing, I know that a lot of people do bursts or do skill bursts on Goro. Never do that shit. Alright? You want to battery Goro's particles into Zabai. Goro's burst isn't that impactful, and he doesn't really scale that well with any offensive stats. So, even if you do have to build ER, it's not that big of a deal, but also you don't have to build ER, because if you don't have the burst, you just skip it, it's fine. Whereas energy on Zabai is impactful, especially if you get Fav on Goro, right? A Fav proc plus the particles is a pretty noticeable amount of energy for Zabai. Compared to the amount of energy that you get if you just don't battery it. Quite a big difference. Anyways, that's it. It's not too long of a video. I ended up yapping a lot, but I wanted to make this video because honestly, this is like half of what I've been doing for the past couple of days on stream. I've just been really enjoying getting better at the combo and the rotation optimization for Zabai. It's not too like, at the end of the day, it's not that insanely impactful. If you just don't do any combos whatsoever, your Zabai is still probably gonna clear content. But with Stygian content being balanced more and more to be like just barely clearable with the good things, learning these optimizations can very well be worth it. In any case, as usual, I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Hello. Do you think Mamika's Lali, Shilode, and Kazuha can clear the first Sijin boss in Fearless? It can, but it's hard as fuck. Alright, chat! It's time! Back to story. I told you! I told you I'd continue tomorrow. And it is tomorrow now, so... So what is the way that she has to do the thing? What was it? It was a way to... Fuck, what was it, chat? Computing power for Sendrone, right. Yeah, Wanderer has more RAM. He knows how to download more RAM. I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Miss Androne, Traveler.
Hey there.
Paimon's here too. She was just helping them sort through their things. How did your chat go?
Bro, we'll do 2 scenes and call it a day. I mean, 2 scenes is like 2 hours, you know?
That was fast. The call only just ended.
Hey, what call? Who did she call? Ghostbusters. Oh, okay. Me. You guys are so helpful. That's crazy. You guys are being so helpful right now.
Well, you said it was urgent, so we got here as quickly as we
Oh,
could.
she called them. I see.
Albedo, I have some alchemy questions for you.
I see. Looks like my knowledge proved useful after all.
Albedo examines Sendrone's notes.
If I might ask, what is the end goal for the modified formula you'll be using?
I needed to predict the future of the entire world. But I've run
That's
into
ambitious.
some teething issues since trying to implement Renee's theory of the 4 orthants.
Okay, chat, what the fuck are the 4 orthants? I need lore knowers. We don't know. Don't look at me. Narcissus curse stuff. I mean, I could gather that much.
I see. I'll have a look at it. Still, computing power is the real issue here. How do you plan to solve it?
About that, it's been sorted.
Oh, with the Traveler's help?
Actually, you're not wrong. She found the person with the solution.
Okay, but what is the solution?
Was it Hat Guy?
Oh my god, hat guy. I hate when they... I get taken aback every time they say hat guy. 4 key thematic and locational concepts used in Renee's world formula to predict fate. Wish, soul, memory, and persona. Yeah, I think I like the we don't know answer better.
Yeah, it was him. Wow! Go Hat Guy! Seems like all that time studying at the academia is paying off big time.
But where is he? Wasn't he the one who asked Albedo and I to come here?
Come with me.
What is he offering his Dude, what the fuck even is Wanderer? Like, he's like a puppet, but like what is he made of? Irminsul? I don't think Irminsul is... Oh, he is made of Irminsul. He's a branch of Irminsul. So is he offering his body as a conduit for computing power? Like, yeah, We can. I'm Irminsul. Like, use me as a branch. I don't know why I'm doing this movement, but it's like.
Hat guy? What's happened to him?
Hat guy, can you hear us? No response. I guess he's in hibernation.
Chat, stop saying new emote every time I move, okay?
Hat Guy mentioned that he was a puppet. It seems that his functions are currently shut down. I presume this has something to do with the solution to your computing problem.
That's right. He and the Traveler came to see me. Wait, what? You have a solution?
Okay. Why? Okay, also banger song. I like this one. I was about to say something negative, but now I'm vibing. It's pleasant. Yeah, shit, I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, yeah, why the fuck is this being shown as a flashback? Like, it was like, we decide to do something, then the next scene, or just after that thing was done, and like, then we immediately have a flashback. Like, if they wanted to keep it a little bit mysterious, this flashback should have happened later. And if they didn't, why is there a flashback? This criticism has absolutely no basis other than you just wanting to criticize something. I mean, that's not true. Just because you disagree doesn't mean that my criticism has no basis. If you're saying it has no basis instead of you disagree, I think you're just too stupid to understand what the basis is. Non-chronological storytelling should have a purpose. If it doesn't have a purpose, it's just annoying. And there is no purpose here. I could have seen I could have understood it narratively if they were building suspense in some way, but like, it's happening literally the very next scene, so I don't get it. It has a purpose, it's a surprise, but like, is the surprise enhanced by this happening one scene later? No, it's not. Like, this is constructed as if it was a fucking mystery with a reveal. Like, they're trying to get us to wonder what happened to Wanderer for him to be in that state. And I feel like narratively that just doesn't work if they're back-to-back-to-back scenes. I just think it's a shame, right? Because, like, I can see a world where these plot elements are meaningful. Where they do build up the suspense and keep you guessing as to what happened to Wanderer. And I think it's really disappointing they don't bother. Cause, like, to me, this is like it's so weird because it's like they understand that they can build tension by changing the by telling the story in an order that isn't chronological. But, like, they don't understand how to do that. It's too minor of a thing. I mean, yes and no. Like, this frustrates me more than a lot of other flawed story elements. Because it's like, they had an interesting idea, and they went fucking nowhere with it. Zajef stalling because he wants to listen to the song. I mean, yeah, true. Is it really that important? I just think they were trying to show us the scene, but like, yeah, obviously they were trying to show us the scene. But they went out of their way to change the order and make it not chronological. If they make it very straightforward, then you'll get bored. I'm not saying they should have kept it chronological. I'm saying if they were gonna realize that they could make it more interesting by making it not chronological, they should have done that fucking properly. It's like, picture this, okay? You have a friend and you guys are Twitch chatters, so this is already a stretch of imagination for you guys, so I understand. But, like, bear with me, okay? You have a friend, okay? And that friend is like, hello, Twitch chatter. Do you want to hang out today? I'll come over. And you're like, okay, well, sure, that'd be cool. How are you gonna get here? And they're like, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna walk. And you're like, but it'll take like an hour if you walk. Why don't you use your bike? And they're like, you know what? That makes sense. And then you start waiting for them. 10 minutes pass. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're not in the greatest shape. They're not gonna get here in 10 minutes for a distance that takes an hour to walk. Like, sure, that's fine. 20 minutes pass, and you start wondering, like, what are they doing? What are they doing, actually? Yeah, also, if there's any mods here, you can ban everyone who says it's not that deep, just move on. Like, if you don't want to watch me interacting with the story, then don't. Just fucking leave. Go away. You're just being annoying right now. Like, oh, what's that? You're having fun doing something that isn't what I want to watch? Stop it! You're not allowed! Like, fuck you. Go away. Jesus Christ. Anyways, 20 minutes pass, and you're starting to wonder, like, okay, I mean, sure, he's not in the greatest shape, but, like, he's not in horrible shape either. Like, I feel like it's starting to take pretty long. 30 minutes pass, and you're starting to get worried, like, oh my god, Did he get hit by a car? Is he okay? 40 minutes pass. Like, should I call him? Like, I'm getting really worried. So you call him up, and you're like, "Hey, friend, is everything okay? Are you good?" And they're like, "Yeah, I'm almost here. I'll be there in 10." And, you know, 9 minutes later, you see him on the bike on the horizon. But you notice something weird. His feet aren't on the pedals. His saddle is really low. And instead of actually fucking pedaling and using the bike properly, he's using the bike as like a fucking sled and like as wheels and just like going forward with his feet on the ground. He's just like walking with a wheel. And it's like, yeah, he got here in 50 minutes instead of an hour. I guess that's technically better, but like, holy shit, my friend is an idiot. Just put your feet on the fucking pedals, dumbass. Jesus Christ. This is what I'm feeling right now. It's like, yeah, technically, they did something, but they did it so goddamn poorly that it's just pissing me off. At that point, just walk, man. At that point, just walk. Fuck. That analogy is worse than the flashback. My bad. That friend doesn't know how to ride the bike? Sure. But picture this now. That friend is literally a fucking professional athlete. And the sport that he does is like, he's a cyclist. Like, he's not performing well in competitions, but he's getting paid to do that. Like, that is literally his job. Yeah. Is it weird that I completely got where Zajef is coming from with that analogy? It's a good analogy. It is, okay?
Would you calm down? Why do you always react so hysterically to everything?
Yeah, he's talking to me right now.
Excuse me?
He's the chatter.
How would you know?
He's the
You
chatter
shouldn't
that
be
got
so quick
banned.
to judge complete strangers. It's very bad manners.
Oh, please. It doesn't take that long to figure out that you have a temper.
Where does a mere student get that kind of confidence?
More proof that you are Sandrone. Man!
I've actually published more papers than you. Not that status
Holy
counts
shit.
for much. Even Paimon's applied for academia admission.
Huh? Are you serious?
See? This is why I can't be bothered to explain myself. She recognizes no one's skills but her own.
Okay, fine. I'll hear you out. So, tell me, how do you propose to solve my computing power problem?
This world itself is constantly processing all kinds of information. If it's the world's future you're trying to calculate, you need a processing device that's designed to cope with that volume.
Easier said than done. Only Irminsul can handle that kind of... Wait, is that what you're suggesting? But surely we can't just plug my formula directly into the ley lines.
You should be able to tell that I'm not human, right?
Yeah, I noticed. The technology, though, seems pretty ancient. Very different from Fontaine's. It's a completely different system.
Conrian, to be precise. I'm what they would have called a puppet. Puppets need an energy source and processing power. The artisans who built them sought out the materials most suited for that purpose.
I think it's a bit funny that Hot Guy makes it really fucking obvious that he knows the Harbingers, even though it's supposed to kind of be a secret. Is that supposed to be a secret? It is? Wait, why? Because he removed himself from... I mean, yeah, that made them forget, but are they not allowed to be reminded? What happens if they are? It would reintroduce forbidden knowledge? Nothing? He began a new life, so he doesn't want involvement of the Harbor. I mean, that's different from him not being supposed to do it. It's not that he can't, it's just that he shouldn't for his own benefit. I mean, why? Like, is it that big of a deal? Like, how would it affect him negatively? To him it is? How do we know that? Because clearly it isn't. He did betray them? I mean... Did he? Bro, it's been so long since Sumeru. Like, were did his actions actually prevent anything major for the Tsaritsa's goals? Or did he just, like, fuck with Dottore? He stole the Gnosis for himself. Does he have it now? No. Who has it? Dottore? The Tsaritsa? Oh, Dottore got... So everything worked out! So who cares? Like, who cares? Everything worked out! He cares, but, like, no, he doesn't. Because he's very clearly, like, alluding to... he's implying very heavily that he knows the Harbingers. So, like, he's not doing a good job if he does care. He betrayed them? But, like, that's just a normal Fatui thing. The Fatui urge to betray the people around you. But he betrayed the Tsaritsa? I mean, his actions led to the Gnosis being in her hand, so who the fuck, why would she care? Don't forget that the Tsaritsa literally ordered Dottore to be executed by the other Harbingers because he's going against the Tsaritsa's words. I mean, okay. Let's take a step back here. What Dottore is doing should not be boiled down to going against the Tsaritsa's word. He is doing a lot more than that. Like, he's launching a terror attack that could affect the whole fucking of Tevat. It's gonna like completely not cry, but like, you know, the whole thing with Dory leaving was like it'll spread, like it'll be a problem for the surrounding nations too, right? So like, he's doing things that are going to actively endanger Snezhnaya. Like, that's more than just going against, or that's more than just like going against what the Tsaritsa asked, you know? Anyways. You can't just leave the Fatui with their knowledge. To my understanding, they don't accept you resigning. It's why I like, you know, wipe the memory of children who left. Explain Columbina. Like, what? Like, clearly that's not true. That's because that's not because you can't leave the Fatui. That's because those children don't matter. Fuck them kids. There's a capture order for Columbina, but isn't it like very heavily implied that the Tsaritsa doesn't actually care? Like, the Tsaritsa got what she wanted out of Columbina, and she's fine with not really caring about getting her back anymore. Oh, are we getting into spoiled territory? Okay, fine. Let's move on then.
You? Do you mean...
The Traveler and I have talked it over. She's willing to vouch for you. So, I'll allow you to borrow my core for your calculations. It was built using wood from a silver white tree, which makes it a small part of Irminsul.
Conrian technology and Irminsul wood. Who in the world could have built you? Are you sure about this? A puppet without its core will cease functioning completely. And if it's left in that state for too long, it might not recover.
This feels so out of character, by the way.
You could die if you do this. You do realize that, don't you?
This feels so out of character, actually. Like, why is she expressing concern for this guy she met twice? Because there's a cool hat. She's an empath, unlike you. Okay, so I'm not like Sandrone then. Oh no, expressing a bit of worry for someone perhaps dying so out of character. I mean, it is out of character for her, yeah! Like, if you want her to be bringing up this information, don't have her ask, are you sure about this? Have her ask, are you a fucking idiot? That would be an in-character way of her expressing this sentiment, right? Like, she wouldn't be like, are you sure? She'd be like, are you stupid? It's not out of character, you just didn't know about that part of her character? No. Don't be out here acting like she would ever express concern in a way that sounds empathetic. She would always hide it under a veil of insults or sarcasm. That is who she is at her core. Maybe the mask slipped, but why would the mask slip for someone that is so... I feel like if the mask was gonna slip in a situation, it would slip for someone she actually cares a lot about. Not for a fucking random guy she met twice. I don't know.
I can put 2 and 2 together. Yes. No need to rub it in.
I won't lie to you. This has never been done before. I cannot guarantee your safety.
Doesn't matter. I'm prepared for the worst.
Did you two actually talk this through? Is he... Are we really considering this?
Yes, we discussed it. The bottom line is, he trusts me and I trust you. Let's give it a shot, shall we?
You cannot tell me that look in her eyes was confusion and instead of like deep concern. Like
Honestly, I have no clue where this kid even came from. But for whatever reason, he lent me his core to use in my formula.
Andrade always looks like that without Columbina. Okay, good point actually. Good point actually.
I'm very close to finishing my calculations now, and the core is currently in use. So I'm sorry, but I can only show you a sketch right now.
This entire part was science slop. True!
This is what the core looks like.
A silver white branch. It certainly matches the legends told about Irminsul.
Is Hat Guy gonna be okay?
He's not gonna die, right? Right? In theory, he should be fine. As long as we put his core back in time. Beyond that, all I can say is that I'll try my best to avoid risk and make sure the core doesn't sustain any damage.
I think I know why you called us here now. Someone needs to watch over his body and make sure it's protected until the process completes.
That's a difficult task because you have to look at Wanderer.
Correct.
Sorry, that was mean.
He said that the only ones he trusts here are you two, and the Traveler. And the Traveler will have other work to do.
he will have our undivided attention.
Aw, heck guy. On a more positive note, things are progressing steadily on my end. I'll call everyone in for a meeting once the results are out.
Computer science graduate here, and it made no sense to me at all, but in a way that I can't even point out faults. They went pretty safe with this. Yeah, this is science law. Like they're just like boosting the hypercombobulator and like they're just saying words. They're just saying words. They're not trying to make it make sense. They're just saying words. I'm interfacing with the mainframe. Yeah, pretty much. You, Paimon, and Duran stand next to Hat Guy, keeping watch over his silent body. You've never seen him in this state before.
The worst case scenario with the core removal is either a system reset or a total loss of function. But I'm not afraid. A quiet death should have been my fate long ago.
The US allegedly has a secret weapon they're calling the discombobulator, and I'm not joking. Dude, I thought that was a British thing. Well, I guess it's not a British thing. It's an American remake of a British thing, right? Because that one Sherlock Holmes movie. Discombobulate. There's a lot of Sherlock Holmes movie. The one with Robert Downey Jr. Discombobulate. That where he fights in slow motion. Dude, it's so funny. Discombobulate. It's this scene.
Oi, we ain't done yet!
This mustn't register on an emotional level. First, discombobulate.
Why is it lagging so much, actually?
Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target. Discombobulate. Block his blind jab. Discombobulate. He'll attempt wild haymaker. Discombobulate. In summary, discombobulate.
Anyways, discombobulate. Elemental's kill voice line goes hard. Oh. It's a my triple E combo. Wait, yeah. Should I ask the editor to put the discombobulate voice line every time Zabai uses her E in the video? Oh. Dude, imagine a mod that replaces the horse neighing with discombobulate. Oh, that would be amazing.
A core liver is completely different from a heart. It's like another vital organ entirely. I never believed it could be a true replacement for what I sought.
Anyway.
But in the end, it turns out the core was more useful to me. Pretty funny when you think about it. It's like the punchline of my entire life.
So N4D notation means 4 normals into discombobulated.
Do you think there's any difference between a puppet and a human?
It's
If
a pretty
not,
sad scene, and we're laughing
this would
through
just
it.
be
It's
another
not,
samsara.
man. I have no emotional attachment to Wanderer whatsoever. I don't care if he fucking decides to kill himself or whatever is happening right now. Do you think there's any difference between a puppet and a human? If not, then this would just be another samsara. Who the fuck asked?
I have already experienced both a past life and a next life. Part of me wonders whether I'm only capable of making this decision because I've become a real human. What's with that expression? Isn't this a good thing?
Like, who cares? Like, why are you interrupting my Archon quest with your fucking existential crisis? Like, no one, no, who asked?
Sandrone will succeed, won't she? She has to.
She will. We all have to persevere until this is over.
That's right. And I'll protect you all until a moment of victory arrives.
You suddenly feel like the concept of time has become blurry. Science law. It rushes forward for you, yet marches backward with every step that Columbina takes, silent yet turbulent. The Tory's words echo in your ears. These 4 divisions anchor... Well, that's not a good... Okay. Whatever. What does the Tory sound like? Snide? Snarky? More nasal. I am... You almost discombobulated yourself, true. These 4... No. Evil British person? I'm not gonna do it. These 4 divisions anchor the world and shackle those who live in it. He may be deranged, but he understands well the rules of the world, which now test you all. Wait, you all? Who's you? This is a monologue. Who are we talking to? Or this is a fucking inner monologue. Who the fuck is the traveler talking to? He's talking to us? Is this a 4th wall break? I think it's a narrator. I mean, clearly not. The game thinks this is a voice, a line said by Traveler. Oh yeah, you said... Dude, what's going on? Whatever. Is the Traveler's inner monologue referring to themselves as you? Like, a second-person inner monologue is crazy, actually. It's supposed to be a narrator? Nope, because this says paragraph, so it's not narrator. Otherwise, it wouldn't say paragraph. It's misattributed. They would never make a mistake. So no. We had like 5 typos yesterday. True. True, we did. Oh yeah.
Who are you?
Who was this?
Call me Sonnet. You have the same power as Canon.
What in the fucking shoujo heroine is this character, man? Holy fuck. Maho. No, this is not a magical girl look. Not at all. This is a this is a webtoon magical girl. True. Chat, actually, you know what? I wanna complain. So as you may know, I've kind of ran out of good things to read like a year ago. So I've just been reading slop and new things. All right, and the most recent slop that I started reading made me realize, like, man, I think that a lot of the shoujo tropes are like so fucking bad. I'm reading this fucking manhwa right now. I don't remember what it's called. It's like... Fuck, what's it called again? And it's not reincarnation or like anything like that, not regression. It's just a fucking normal ass romance. And the male lead is a manipulative and lying piece of shit, as they usually are. And I'm just like, why are they always like this, actually? Why the fuck are you framing this as acceptable or romantic behavior? And why is it so widespread? Like, fuck! He's creepy as hell! He's so creepy! Ew! It gives me the ick! Reflection of reality, but it's not an attempt at reflecting reality. It's presented and framed as a romantic thing. Like, oh, he cares about her so much. Like, and and it just makes me upset, man. It just makes me so upset. Like, I see that shit and I'm like, can't I just get like a healthy romance? Please? Please? And like, the one time you get a female lead that actually has the backbone, where like, if a male lead did that to them, she'd be like, fuck you, go away, I don't like you. They end up with like the most boring, one-dimensional male lead you've ever seen. I don't know. Or they debuff the heroine towards the end. Yeah, that also pisses me off. Oh my god. But it's like, I wish romance stories had more instances of, like, unacceptable behavior in potential romantic interests. Other than just cheating. Because in romance story, you'll see very often the an obsessed character. But like, when it's a woman, it's treated like she's evil, and when it's a man, it's treated like it's hot. And I guess it's the opposite in shonen. Man, that's crazy. Unironically, Rare with Elindis is a cool romance story where they were both in the wrong and would never cheat. Yeah. I mean, that's actually part of why I liked it. I personally dropped the story when the problem is dumb miscommunication. Honestly, miscommunication is one of the bad tropes that bothers me the least. If anything, I'm more often annoyed by people complaining about miscommunication in the comments of chapters than I am by the miscommunication itself. Because it's like, so often I see readers that, like, I don't see them, right? Like, I see their comments. And they're like, OMG, this would be fixed if they just communicated. Just completely not understanding that, like, the relationship being presented is just not one that is conducive to communication. Like, sometimes miscommunication, even dumb miscommunication, just makes sense based off of the characters and how they would interact. Why are you... Oh, boy. Why are you asking me? Why are you sending me a tier list? I recommend My Bias Gets on the Last Train. I might check it out. My Bias Gets on the Last Train. It's so mid. Oh, damn. What's some romance stories that I liked? I liked the first, like, 75 chapters of just another romance fantasy. I thought it was a really, really nice read and it was really wholesome. But, like, it's just not a story that should last longer than 75 chapters. So it felt like it started to drag after that. What's another romance story that I liked? Love is War is cinema. Love is War isn't really romance. Like, it's a rom-com and there is romance that's, like, presented as an important plot element. But, like, the romance isn't actually that strong. The comedy is what carries Love is War. Your Eternal Lies? Okay, I mean, yeah, Your Eternal Lies was really fucking good. And it's probably my favorite piece of fiction of all time. But I also don't think it's mainly a romance story. I think it's a mystery story more than it's a romance story. What do you think about love triangles in fiction in general? It depends on the framing. Sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they're like just they feel lazy. Started listening to that music the whole convo, yeah. Gotta introduce conflict somehow. Yeah, like, love triangles make sense as a way to, like, bring about character development. I don't like when they linger too long. Actually, something I'm reading right now is, I don't remember like Possible to Date a Ranker or something like that. And it's a story about a high school girl who like makes pocket change or like makes pocket money by being like a high-ranked player in an MMO or something. And like I'm not sure if whatever. Something like that. And it's a romance between her and a guy, a streamer who plays the same MMO, or I think it's an MMO. But yeah. Who she humiliates on his stream, only to later learn that he is in the same class as her. And that story has a love triangle at some point, but it's not really dragged. That sounds meh. Is it good? It's wholesome. I like it so far. It doesn't have that many. It has like 50 chapters right now. I could see that story lasting more than 75 chapters. What's the name? Possible to Date a Ranker, I think. Or like that was the name on the where I was reading it, but I don't know if it has an official name. I think Data Ranker is the official name. That makes sense, yeah. Is there like a romance with two grown adults? I mean, there's a bunch. I think it's interesting that so much romance has teenage protagonists when teenage romance famously sucks balls like 90% of the time. It's because conflict in teenage relationships is just a lot easier to write. Oh, another one I enjoyed was School of Street, I think is what it's called. That was pretty nice. The romance is a very minor aspect of it, though. Did just mirror, does her breathing get faster the more we stall? Real. Yeah. What else have I read or watched that I liked as a romance story? Nothing else comes to mind right now. Then do the Archon Quest. Okay, sorry. Are there any shonen stories that have a good romance side plot? I mean, not mainstream shonen, for sure, but like Naruto. Yeah, no. Good one, buddy. Good one, buddy. I like the romance subplot in Mob Psycho, but it's like a very small part of the story. Chainsaw Man. I mean... I do think that is an example of a shonen story that has a romance element that's important, where it's not written poorly. But I don't think that's what they're asking for. Free run? Meh. Dandaran? Sure, yeah. How shonen would you call ReZero? ReZero is pretty shonen, but the romance sucks, so it doesn't. So I wouldn't include it anyways. FMA. No. Just because there is an element of romance in a story that you like does not make it a good romance. Like, actually, what is good about the romance in FMA? A character that exists in like 3 episodes? Barely impactful to the plot? Like, be so for real. I feel like a lot of shonen have better chemistry between the MC and their guy best friend, rival, whatever, instead of actual love interest. Yeah, that's why the romance in Dandadan works, because it's not a guy who's like they were aware that the dynamics of stuff like that were just inherently very conducive to romance, and they were like, yeah, let's just make it 2 people that like each other. Anyways, let's keep going.
Sonnet.
Okay, so that's what I thought
So,
when we met her
You're the goddess of the iridescent moon?
last time. I wonder if that's true, though. Or if she's just lying. That could be possible. Who knows?
Oh, goodness. You recognize me? Well then, what's your name?
I do not like this voice for this character. I don't like it at all.
Columbina.
Why is he so fucking
Columbina
tall?
Hyposelenia.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Hyposelenia. What a lovely name. Did you choose it yourself? It was a joint effort between me and my
The annoying
friends.
ass moaning runs in the family.
Friends? You mean your friends in the heavens? Huh? Oh, sorry. You must be exhausted. I apologize. Hang in there. Let me introduce you to my older sisters.
Who the fuck asks if you chose the name yourself? People that are already aware of the plot.
Do you mean the other two moon goddesses? Arya and Canon? Wow, you sure know a lot. Hey, does that mean that our story goes on into the future?
The way she said that sounded so sarcastic, and I don't think that was intended. Maybe she hangs out with a lot of trans people? Are you saying that because Columbina Hyposelenia is a really bad name? Are you implying that trans people suck at choosing their name? Is that what you're saying right now? Yes? Okay. I see. We kinda do.
I guess that wasn't the best question to ask.
Dot dot dot. Wait, no, she probably moaned actually, did she? Yep.
It's alright. We were prepared for that possibility. You could say we were too prepared. I can't even remember how long my sisters and I have been here by this point. When did you get here? How long has it been? I can't say for sure, but it feels like it's been forever. I see. Are you feeling alright? You look a little unwell. I can hold out a while longer. We don't have far to go. The place where my sisters and I are based is just up ahead. Don't worry, they're both really nice. I'll introduce you.
Okay, from afar, I thought that was fucking tombstones for a second, by the way. I was like, oh my god, is he Delulu?
Sisters! I'm back! And look who I've brought with me!
Chad, do you think they have access to makeup in here? 'Cause I was like, that's some pretty heavy eyeliner. Like, how is she doing that? They crush up the rocks. That's natural makeup. It's it's permanent.
It's our lovely little sister, born in the far future. The pleasure is all mine.
They're like, I don't fuck with you. Understandable, though.
Allow me to introduce you to Columbina Hyposelenia. This is Arya, the goddess of the eternal moon. And this is Canon, goddess of the frost moon. Canon, don't you think Hyposelenia's power is similar to yours?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're wearing clothes of the same color, so they're obviously going to be related in some way. That's how it works. That's how it works.
Hello, Columbina. I apologize for our startled reaction just now. And please, forgive our little sister if she's been annoying you. She tends to talk a lot.
It's fine.
You seem shy. Don't worry, Columbina.
Stop saying her
Hypersomnia.
fucking
No one
government
can hurt
name
you
like
here.
that. My god.
Could you tell me where here is?
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yeah, like, Dottoro's got the Trilune authority, but what the fuck is that gonna do when facing off against the Trilune moaning? Holy fuck. That's crazy.
Please. I must know.
My dear sister. This is where Tevat's original ruler, the Dragon King Nibelung, imprisoned the moon goddesses.
What? You're scaring her, Canon. No, I'm fine. Please, continue.
Nibelung, our original master, created us in the distant past to maintain Tevat.
But he left this world and traveled into the dark universe beyond, to explore worlds vaster still.
Day and night, we fulfilled
How
our
do we know
duty
this
in
lore
the
again, by
heavens
the way?
until
When
the
was that
day that the
explained?
first descender arrived.
Because, like, I know this already. Like, he left, he went to the Abyss, and then he came back. Nicole said it. Right.
The great ruler of the firmament.
From Arnold, okay, yeah.
The heavenly principles.
Is that what later generations call them? I see. But we did not reject them at first, nor did they seem to harbor ill intent towards this world. We coexisted in peace. They were like a guest in our home.
Slowly, however, we came to realize that our guest had a growing desire to change and dominate the world.
And you didn't stop it?
No. There was an order to the rules they set up that Nibelung never taught us. We wanted to know if this order would bode good or ill for Tevat.
Bro, her voice sounds so different. Like, that's actually crazy. Her voice sounds so different from, like, every other voice in Genshin.
All right. Canon and I wanted to know. Sonnet was against it from the outset.
Later, we discovered that this great ruler of the firmament bore an almost paranoid hostility toward the desire of certain life forms to seek power. Or perhaps they feared them. They would even cast down celestial nails as manifestations of their power, to punish the civilizations of the world below.
Only this was far beyond mere punishment.
Right. Their rules brought order, but the price people paid for merely testing the limits of those rules was far too great. I did everything in my power to help the punished escape catastrophe, but still, too many lives were lost.
So Zajef is the ruler, Chad is the people, and the Maws are celestial nails. No. No, because I'm a kind, generous, and magnanimous streamer. I would never be a tyrant.
The ancestors of the Frost Moon Scions were some of the ones you helped.
It's more like I'm the eternal flame. The mods are the champions of whatever it's called, that tournament thingy, and chatters are the abyss invasion. It's more like that, actually. Eternal lame. Okay, you won. I don't have a comeback to that. Yeah, you're right. I am the eternal lame, not the eternal flame. No, that's true. You're right. I'm devastated. Defeated entirely.
But just when we had decided to take countermeasures, the Dragon King, Nibelung, returned.
And so began the War of Funerary Flame.
So, that's the name the world gave that war in the future.
Well, who won in the end?
Okay. That's the second time you say this shit. Okay, we get it. You better not do it a third time.
As far as I know, the Heavenly Principles won, although it came at a great cost. They remained in Teyvat, where they continue to rule to this day.
I know! Present!
And the world's original master, the Dragon King Nibelung, was destroyed. And what of the moons? Are there still 3 moons in Teyvat's skies?
You can tell us the truth, Columbina. We know we are but remnants of a bygone age. We are prepared for the answer.
Only the Frost Moon remains. But it has been cast beyond the false firmament by the Heavenly Principles. The eternal and iridescent moons were both shattered during the war.
Not so eternal now! Huh?
So death finally came for us in the end.
Sonnet.
But you're still here, aren't you?
A moon goddess cannot live without her moon, Columbina.
She's right. That's why I began to disappear. Because the Frost Moon is cut off by the false sky. How much worse it would have been if it were outright destroyed.
Our souls may endure within this lunar palace, but if our moons are destroyed,
then we shall disappear the moment we depart from it. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize to us, dear sister. If anything, we owe the world an apology. If only we'd decided to act sooner, rather than arguing amongst ourselves.
All the more reason not to spend this time in regret and repentance.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, you can fucking yap, because your moon's all fine and shit. Like, your opinion is irrelevant here. Like, shut up, canon. Fine. Yeah, okay. Maybe...
Instead,
whatever.
We should focus our efforts on how we might help our future sister.
More fine.
Sorry?
Don't you see, Columbina, your story is not yet over. Is that not why you are here?
It's finer, yeah. What the fuck was that transition?
It's done. Initiate numerological array. Continue running primary process. Calculate the world's fate through extrapolation. And identify nodes of potential change.
Okay. Anyways, she's interfacing with the
Secondary
mainframe right
process?
now, so
Scan
we're
for
gonna let her.
Still 4. The number of moon marrows hasn't changed. Wait, let me think. Is it possible that there's something I've been misunderstanding about the moons all along? Variables. Variables in the world.
Variable.
I know where
Amazing.
potential variables within the world come from. So what about the moons? Are there any variables there?
Why is bro levitating like that? Because that's what puppets do when they don't have a core. You know, core rhymes with ore, and ore is found in the ground. So no core, no ore, no ground. That's how it works.
Like their life or death, for instance. What if being alive or dead makes no difference to a moon? But that's so strange. Even immortal gods can die. Why would the moons alone be?
Bro, bad one. Sorry.
Wait! Wait! I've got it! I've got it! If alive or dead is considered a variable, we might have had this wrong the whole time. No one ever said that a moon marrow equals a living moon. We just made that assumption ourselves. Initiate secondary process. Scan again. This time filtering out interfering perimeter. Moon marrow. I don't care if they're natural or artificial. Get them out of my search results! Why? It says 3 moons still exist in Teyvat, even after excluding the moon marrows. But we know for a fact that 2 of them are dead.
Okay, so like... there were 4 moon marrows, and then she filtered out the moon marrows, and then there were 3 moons. So doesn't that mean there were 7 things that were coming up in your search? How does your search engine work? I'm confused. Science slop. Yeah, okay, moving on.
Redo the scan. Narrow the results to
No, it
living
might have been
moons
6.
and real
Okay,
moons.
nice. Good one.
No, scrap that. Narrow it down to moons that have lunar authority and remain alive.
Cedrone, you can't just like narrow down your search by adding more words. That's not how search engines work, man. You're gonna fuck everything up.
Why? Why is it still 3? What is this, Columbina? Has the world lied to us? Or are you the one pulling the wool over our eyes?
Sandrone uses AI slav search engines? Oh. It means there are 4 moon marrows and 3 moons, which contains 3 of those moon marrows? It's not that I wasn't understanding. I was making fun of it. Sorry. I guess I should have made that more clear. I was making fun of the science slop.
So, you think that the moon's reflection might be where Nibelung imprisoned the 3 moon sisters?
Yes, it would explain a lot, such as why that space would respond to a moon goddess's power, opening the moon gate at her command. It would also explain why Miss Columbina has been unable to leave, and why time flows in reverse there.
In the messages she sent, Columbina promised us she'd find a way to return. But we have no way of knowing how, when, or where this
In my
might happen.
defense, if you don't do the stupid giggle, I can't tell. Okay, I will start being deadpan right now when I make jokes. You'll never know. You'll never know again.
The fact that she still has yet to reappear in this world indicates that returning from that place is no easy feat. We cannot afford to simply wait for her.
Easy feat implies the existence of hard feet. Huh.
So you're saying
Sorry.
if
I
she
can't do
could
it.
return
I
by her
can't
own
do
power
it.
alone, she would have
My
done
bad.
so long
I
ago.
I broke instantly. Folded under zero pressure. Chad, do you guys think I'd be good at a you laugh, you lose? No. Damn.
Yes, she certainly wouldn't leave it to this late stage when it's so touch and go.
Bro is too naturally whimsical. You know what? I'll take that. Thank you. Depends if the speed face counts. I would say it does not count, no. Bro would laugh at the most unfunny stuff. Yeah.
I've been giving this some thought, and I've come to believe that Luana's heart might be an anchor that she left behind, as a sort of future waypoint. This could also explain why Luana's heart is always by the traveler's side.
Sounds like a plausible theory. If that's the case, there must be some criteria
You would
we
not
need
last
to
a
fulfill
I
to
would
allow
last a
Columbina
minute.
to return to the present.
Okay, we gotta. I would last at least a minute. We gotta do one. You laugh, you lose, Genshin. Thoughts? Oh no, but these are just people doing you laugh, you lose. I don't want to watch someone else do it. How do I find funny videos? Funny videos. Already lost. It's over anyways. What's her? Nah, that's just...
The question is, what could they be?
Hello? Listen up! This is extremely important!
Androni frantically relays her great discovery. Next, Nevernical present their hypothesis. Is this impossible mystery finally starts to unravel and resource starts to...
Not only is
It's hard. I have to read it fast because it fucking always disappears instantly and it's too hard to read it out loud, man. Fuck. My bad. I apologize. Fucking professional streamer, by the way. Can't even read.
I'm still unclear on the details, but she's done something truly inconceivable in the past. And the clue to what she's done lies in the moon and Tevat sky.
Truly amazing. Oh, I'm so delighted for her.
I'm sure we all feel the same. And I'm sure Columbina is ready to get back here and fight by our side.
I like that Nicole says something like Omega tone deaf because she's kind of like socially awkward. And then Barca's like, oh, bet. You know it. Me too.
I'll keep my calculations going and try to find some way of coordinating with her. But that's not an excuse for everyone else to slack off, okay? All of you had better keep trying to think of solutions.
How can the dead moon still live? And Luanatar.
Oh my. Oh, what a transition. Holy. I mean, I'll take that over a black screen for sure. Holy transition.
It's hard to believe that's what will happen in the distant future.
Our authority is linked to the most fundamental rules of Teyvat. I suppose it's no wonder that many would covet that power.
I didn't realize that when you said friends, you meant people who live down in Teyvat. That's so lovely. I always wanted to go down there and have some fun.
I like this, because it's like, it's implying that, like, Sonic can't even conceptualize being friends with lowly beings. Like, I didn't realize when you said friends, you meant people who live down into that. Ew. Earthies. Cringe. That's not what she means. It is now. Sonnet, I love humanity, but they're more like pets? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, no joke. I feel like that's a very reasonable interpretation of this line. It's like those are pets, not friends. Like, what are you yapping about? Like, aw, how cute. Yeah, kind of like Omni-Man. Exactly.
Have you ever tried leaving this prison? Of course. Between us, we've tried everything. But no matter where we go, this space will eventually bring us back here.
It's like the center of a whirlpool. Everything ultimately converges here, at the moment when Nibelung imprisoned us.
In that case, have you tried using any of those pathways that connect this space to the real world? Sorry? What are those? They're passages through which you can make small-scale changes to reality by using Kuvaki. Or am I the only one who can use those passages? Because part of my soul remains in reality.
Kuvaki. What is that?
You don't know?
Totally.
It's a
Bro, that's
unique
me,
kind
actually.
Of elemental energy found only in
No,
Nordkrai,
she's onto
the land from
something.
which the
You
moons
fucking tell him.
arise.
Is this one Arya? Or is this one canon? It's canon. The canon says, what's Kuvaki? So fucking true, actually. Kuvaki is canonically made up. I'm not the one who said it. I'm not the one who said it. I'm not the one who said it.
Oh. Well, it's true that the moons first rose up from the part of Teyvat you say is called Nordkrai.
I'm sorry. The moons did what? They rose up? Huh. Wait, how small are the moons? If they just like rose up from Nodcry, that means all three of them together are smaller than one nod cry. Dude, what? It starts making sense when you stop thinking logically. Noted.
But there is no difference in the elemental energy between there and anywhere else.
What?
True! You fucking tell him! It's all the same shit! Okay, magic system number 1, magic system number 2, who cares? Stop making up new magic systems! Fucking Kuvaki, elemental energy, ley lines, abyssal, like, stop it!
Could you show us some of this Kuvaki hyposelenia? Maybe if we see it, it'll make more sense.
Oh, that's so funny! Oh, that's so funny!
Okay.
Isn't that just your power?
What? But it's everywhere in Nodcry. In the air, in the land. Even the creatures who live there have adapted to its influence.
How curious. This Kuvaki certainly did not exist anywhere in the world before we were imprisoned.
Let alone influence living creatures. So, how exactly does it affect them anyway? Can they float in the air like us?
Pretty much, yeah.
This is so strange. Why would
She's
their
like,
reality differ so
oh,
much
you've
from
asked me a
mine?
question? I'm sorry. I'm busy. I'll answer later.
Columbina, you're looking for more than just a way out of here, aren't you?
Oh, this question allows me to achieve my goals. I'll address this one.
Yes. If I am to help my friends, I will need trilunar authority on par with that of our foe.
No, I get it though. After the fucking bullshit Sonnet said, I would also Dawn Wall her. Like, how about you go back to your other fucking god friends? And leave the earthies to me, as you call them.
You mean... you'll need our power?
This sounds extremely risky. The Three Moons' powers are not mutually compatible. Concentrating them into one goddess will be a very painful process. And if any—
I know.
Oops, sorry.
But I'm willing to take that risk.
Even so, let's say we successfully transfer our authority to you. How will you take it outside this prison? Niblin constructed this realm specifically to prevent us from using our powers to interfere in his war. No moon goddess can leave this place alive.
Then I'll just leave dead.
What if I don't leave alive?
Holy. What a twist.
Where do we even start? How are we supposed to figure out what we're meant to do to help Columbina?
What a twist. Do you get anything spoiled, or are you actually going in blind? I don't think I got anything spoiled, no.
Columbina, What do you need from us?
If she really got to the
I
beginning
love
of time in there,
Luonatar because when
how do you think she'd
Luonatar
leave
has
us
a dot 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 line, they don't fucking moan. Oh my, that's my fucking goat right there. Oh wait, paragraph 2? Holy!
You don't think she'd write it down on a stone tablet somewhere in the hopes that we'd find it, do you?
Seems unlikely. Columbina may not talk a lot, but she thinks deeply about issues like this.
Let's review what we know. This is the Columbina who fought alongside us against the Raihir of Solnari, and with whom we celebrated Moon Prayer Night.
True.
She knows our personalities, our ways of doing things, even our unique strengths and abilities.
Okay, so okay, let me actually try to guess. So like who's here? We have Flynn's. I mean, I know Flynn's has something to do with fucking the dead and shit. So maybe it's gonna be like, yeah, maybe Flynn's can smuggle me out or some shit. I don't know. Do Nefer's power have anything to do with like being dead? Not really, right? The chest. I mean, I remember the chest set, but what would that have to do with like being dead? Or maybe the plan is just to like die normally, and then the passive allows her to revive. Right? Like maybe it's that.
So, if she wanted to tell us something from a long, long time ago, what would she do?
I mean, I guess this is gonna be with Nefer's thing then, because it's like, yeah.
Oh.
Are they gonna use the chest set on Luonatar?
Traveler, you once said that those golden ripples also appeared when Luonatar was born. What if Columbina left Luonatar here, not just as an anchor to the real world, but for some other purpose? If she is part of Columbina, and Columbina knows that I can see past events through her.
Oh yeah! Like when you peeked into Rarer's past through his heart!
Alright, I'll be right back, chat. No more.
Nefer, wait.
Wait! We all know you started Googling spoilers, true.
If you're right about this, and you can really see past events through Luonatar, your eyes, they'll...
Oh, I know. Looking at Rarir's past
How
in
will you
Conrian is
gaze
already
upon my
enough of a
figure
strain
without
on
your
my
eyes, Nefer?
Looking
I'm
this
deeply
far back
worried.
into the past.
I won't be able to seduce you anymore. No! No! Don't do it!
It'll surely blind me.
Bold of you to assume Nefer needs to see her to be down bad, true. You think she'd be down bad for Nefer's smell? Let's move on. That was not a necessary question. Let's move on.
But it's our only chance. This is the only way.
Boss.
We spoke about this once, a long time ago. Do you remember what I said, Yehoda? The day I lose my sight, the Curatorium of Secrets will be yours to run.
Okay, don't be out here acting like actions will have consequences. This is Genshin Impact.
But...
What's wrong? I'd be overjoyed if I were you. This day's come a lot earlier than either of us expected. I need to know you'll honor our agreement, Yehoda. Promise me.
Yes, Boss Neff. I promise.
Are you sure you don't want some time to think this through?
What is there to think through? I should have gone blind after our battle with Rarier. Frankly, it's almost criminal that I got away with it for this long.
Then at least let me take some precautions on your behalf. And if you really do lose your sight, I'll visit your office every day and make sure you're well looked after.
Oh, please, anything but that. I was actually ready to go through with this. Are you trying to scare me into backing out?
As if I could ever scare you. I'll assume you're just joking to calm your nerves.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's do this.
I don't know how I feel about this, honestly. It's like they wanted to make it obvious that Nefer was just like coping and that she didn't actually mean that. And because of that, they gave Llama a bad voice line. Like, why would she, like, I don't know, man. She would, I don't know. I don't like this line at all.
All done.
Good. Now give me some space. Come on then, little one. Show me what happened in the past.
Yeah, chat, I have cemented my opinion. Kimchi's really not that good. It is so overrated, oh my god. I was out of left field. That's because I'm eating kimchi right now. What are you eating it with? A fork? What do you mean? Do you like Kamich? Yeah, I guess it's because I'm not using chopsticks. If I was using chopsticks, it'd be better. Yeah, maybe I'll keep the rest for rice or something. I don't know. I ordered some food yesterday and they had a side of kimchi, and I was like, I've had a lot of like kimchi flavored stuff, and I've had like dried kimchi in like you know the in my Shin Ramyun kimchi flavored and stuff. But like maybe I didn't like it because it's just not good kimchi. So I'll order a side of kimchi from this restaurant. And it's like meh. Korean food is overrated. Okay, I will say, alright? Because literally, like, yesterday, before I ordered food, I was reading a story and they were, like, making, for the 100th time, the, like, transmigrated person makes fried chicken. And everyone is like, oh my god, this is so good. Thing. And I was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with Koreans and fried chicken? Like, fried chicken is good, but like, it's not the only thing that's good. My goodness. But yesterday I ordered Korean fried chicken for the first time, and now I get it, actually. Nah, like, I get it. That's fair. That's understandable, actually. that's fair. No, they're onto something, actually. So I would not say that Korean food is overrated, but kimchi is. What's the difference between normal fried chicken and Korean fried chicken? I mean, it's just the sauces. Yeah, and the spices. It's seasoned well and it's not greasy. Bro, you're saying that, but like, it was actually so greasy. But like, it wasn't like fucking canola oil grease. It was like animal fats grease, you know? So it was good greasy. Not American grease. Yeah, you get it. Cooked in food instead of cancer juice. Try galbi-tang. What is that? Short rib soup. That looks alright. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'll put the kimchi back in the fridge. I'm back. I didn't put the kimchi in the fridge, I just started some fucking rice. Because I'm kind of hungry. You had a rice cooker? No, I just put some I just put some rice on the stove while I'm not in the room. For fun. I would love to burn down my house. Yes, I have a rice cooker. Oh my god. Dude, these transitions are
Between the
crazy.
Authority, Kuvaki, and the sole surviving moon, the Frost Moon, I think I might know how to get back. But I will need my sister's help. Time to go talk it over with them.
Why are they so far away from each other, man? Do they have cooties or something? Like, what's going on?
Have you decided what to do? I hope it's not too dangerous. You really scared me when you said that thing about not leaving me
Wait, so you're
alive.
telling me that she just said that and then left?
Come on, let's go find the other two.
That's actually kind of crazy. No, that's wild, actually. What the fuck is wrong with her?
It seems you have reached a decision. I'm all ears. What do you propose?
Nah, that's crazy.
Have you figured it out, Columbina? Tell us. How do you plan to leave this place?
I intend to die here, in this moment. And then be reborn in the future with the help of my friends.
You're trusting the Earthies? Columbina! No!
What are you saying? How can the dead be reborn?
See? Sonnet is not letting this slide.
And how will you inform these future friends of your plans? You can't exactly leave oracles. Nothing can escape this place. Not a single
I love that the
ray
one
of
that's
moonlight.
presenting the conflicting opinion here is the one that I headcanoned as the like the earthy hater.
And even if you found a way, what if they never find the message you left for them?
They're Earthies. You think they're smart enough for that? Why are you letting the dog drive? You're gonna get into an accident, Columbina Hyposelenia. Dogs can't drive.
No, that won't happen. Come again? They will find my message. I'm sure of it.
I'm not following. How exactly will you achieve this?
It's quite simple, really. First, I will leave my soul here.
Oh, transition!
I see it.
W headcanon, now I'm believing it's true lore. Bro, I swear, every time I come up with new headcanon, it turns out to be right.
Your soul?
Oh, another one?
You mean
back
your
to
divinity?
back?
Yes, I once left a portion of my soul in the future. One so small that this prison barely noticed anything.
The come again line is funnier with your headcanon. I know, right?
Come again?
What do you mean, Hyposelenia? Dogs can't drive!
In this very moment, she can resonate with my soul across time.
Oh. Chat is making me laugh so much with that fucking steer arm with the dots right above. Oh.
When the time comes, I believe that she can serve as an anchor to pull my soul from here back to the future reality.
Just as gravity connects the world to the moon.
Exactly. In the future, where I
Bro's
came
gonna
from,
choke on his spit.
the moon
I
has
accidentally
been cast
bit my
beyond the
inner
full
lip.
sky, but I can still
It
feel
hurts.
that it is there. In a similar way, I can feel a connection to the soul fragment I left behind even now. My friends can use it to detect my presence. But how do you just leave your soul here? Is that even possible? On my way here, I met an ordinary mortal who entered this place long before I did.
Why is Columbina the only one barefoot? We were robbed of Sonnet's foot.
Her body is long gone, but her soul remains. And before that, I encountered an old enemy whose entire soul survives here intact, while the power that once corrupted his body
My bad, chat. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. You know what though? I'm glad I was muted, cause it would have been really embarrassing if you guys heard what I said. It would have been so embarrassing actually. Can we get a hint? No. No, you cannot. No hints. No hints allowed. I'll give you one hint, actually. I am not using my new mouse. And it's not because I don't want to. Okay, I'll tell you. So, like, I thought it was a USB mouse, but it wasn't. It was a Bluetooth mouse. And, like, I'm pretty sure for that you need a Bluetooth adapter. And I don't have that. Doesn't it come with one? If your PC has Wi-Fi, it should be fine. My PC does not have a Wi-Fi. Check inside. I did. You click on a completely random mouse on Amazon without reading the... It looked like the one I have. I thought it was the same one, but it wasn't. I don't know the model of the one I have. I should have looked that up, actually. Actually, it's literally written under it. Do I just order another mouse? Bluetooth adapters are cheap. I mean, so is this mouse. How could you have done the exact same thing you did with your bike? That's why I'm embarrassed, okay? That's why I'm embarrassed.
So, perhaps this space is specifically designed to imprison divinity and authority, but not the physical body.
Still, even if your body can escape, would it not just be a lifeless husk without the soul inside? Wait, is that what you meant when you said you wouldn't leave alive? Yes. I shall turn my body into moonlight.
Yeah,
and pour
sure.
it over Nodcry.
Sure, man. Why not?
That power shall protect the land and quietly blend into it, awaiting my soul's return in the future.
So you're telling me that Columbina is Kuvaki? That's crazy.
However, I cannot do this on my strength alone.
So, like, whenever we've absorbed Kuvaki, we've been slurping up Columbina? That's what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? I see. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Columbina's inside Rarier. Holy fuck. That's crazy.
I would need your help to do this, so I'm humbly asking for your assistance.
Oh, dear sister, you need not be so formal. As I said before, we are but remnants of a bygone age. You, on the other hand, were born alone in that distant future, and you have walked a long and lonesome road since then. How could I bear to let your story end here in this dungeon? Don't forget, we are your sisters, your family.
Arya's right. Actually, I've always wanted a little sister. Can you imagine how it's been for me? Getting nagged by two older sisters all the time?
Sorry, Sonnet. I don't interact with classist, earthy hating people like you.
Now, I finally get to be the big sis. And not just that, but I get to help you return to your world, too. Sonnet.
Kennen?
I'm sorry. I know this is a bold request. The Frost Moon is rightfully yours, and it remains intact.
Oh, no, please, don't misunderstand me, Columbina. I was just thinking back on the years that the three of us once spent together.
Why are they hesitating? Their choice is stay here forever or do that, but like... Oh, golly gee, what a... I'll be forced to hang out with my sisters forever. Yeah, how dare I hesitate when the choice is between, you know, fucking chilling with my sisters and dying. You're right, you're onto something.
You cannot imagine how happy I am to hear of the future world you describe. The Frost Moon Scions, your lovely, kindly friends.
So this is a list comma, not a like clarification comma.
For the three of us, whose purpose in life was to maintain the peace in Teyvat, it is a great relief to know that the people of this world live in such an abundant future.
An abundant future. Why is she saying? What about? What? Okay, sure.
If your plan can save them, and save not cry, I will gladly give you all that I can.
Chat, should I have beans with my rice? Or just kimchi? But I'd have to fry the beans. I'm not just fucking putting canned beans directly into rice, you know? Egg? Ooh. How? Do you like just fucking crack an egg into your rice, or do you like cook the egg first? Because like, how do people do it? Fry an egg? Both? Cook it? What the fuck? I'm sorry. Well, like that means I'm gonna be downstairs for like 10 minutes. You're telling me a kimchi fried this rice? True. You won't be missed. Oh, okay. Sorry. I can look at Canon for 10 minutes? Alright, bet. Chat, I have a quick question. Does cumin go well with kimchi, yes or no? No, no, no. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Alright, chat, I'm back. With some food. Time for the first bite to decide whether this was worth it or not. That's pretty good. Was that 10 minutes? Wasn't it less? That was pretty much 10 minutes on the dot. When I went downstairs, my rice cooker had 9 minutes left. Show the food? I mean, the rice is hidden by the egg. But, like... maybe if I go get a spoon, I can show you one bite. This is what one bite looks like. Hi, there's kimchi, rice, egg, bean. Well, it's pretty tasty. What's the black thingy? Beans. Verdict on kimchi now? But the kimchi's getting overpowered by the rest, so I don't taste it too much. This kind of just tastes like egg. Well, it's pretty good. I do think the kimchi's adding a little bit to it. I can see it. I can see it.
Besides, the three of us have been together since the day we were born. I could never abandon them to live on alone without them.
Cannon.
Well, what's that, sister? You're sick? Alright, let's kill ourselves together. Bet.
Still, I do have one question I would like to ask you before we proceed.
Certainly. What is it?
Maybe they're like that enemy in Star Wars where it's like 3 mechanical ladies, but like they share the health bar or some shit. If one goes, the other 2 go too. I fucking hate those dot twats. Damn, that's crazy.
Why do you cover your eyes?
This reads like a kid at the mall asking their mom, "Hey mom, why is the mister so ugly?"
Yeah, I was curious about that too. But it seemed personal, so
Bro,
I didn't
even
want to
Sonnet
intrude.
read the room enough to not ask. That's crazy.
There was a time when I refused to look upon the world. I believed it was full of nothing but lies and falsehoods. I wished to hide my feelings, seal my heart, until I could return to my true home.
I see.
Did we know this? I feel like we did. But it sounds really stupid, so I'm gonna forget about it.
Perhaps that decision saved you from ever having to see the false sky again. But at the same time, you likely missed out on many true and precious things, like the smiles on your friends' faces. Promise me this, Columbina. When you return to the future, open your eyes, take a look at the world around you, and see your friends.
Yo, imagine you're actually blind into that, and you meet Columbina and you ask her, like, what happened to your eyes? Why can't you see it? She's like, I just don't want to. You're like, bro. Bro, what the fuck? What the hell? Can we, like, trade? Maybe?
I'm sure that you know this already, given that you long to return. But that is your true home.
Can I get another bowl? I'm not gonna make another pair of eggs though. So it'll be eggless. I'll go get another bowl. I'm back.
Give me your hand, Columbina. Arya, Sonnet, you too.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my god, is that Macklemore?
We once were the song sung for eternity, but now it is you who must continue to sing.
We once were the tides in the great river of time, but now we subside, and you arise.
We were the messengers of madness and inspiration, but now the lies have faded, and your truth must endure.
We are souls awaiting the sun. You must return to be with those who smile when they see your face.
Is it done?
Yes. We have transferred the authority over all 3 moons to Columbina Hyposelenia.
You know, I just realized. If Dottore has the Trilune Authority, why doesn't he moan? Something's suspicious about that.
From this moment on, she is the Trilune Goddess, the one and only moon goddess of this world.
Like, look, that's what someone that has a Trilune Authority is supposed to sound like.
Thank you. Thank you, my sisters.
Now go, and do what you believe is right, Columbina Hyposelenia.
Be aware that we cannot grant you the power of the 3 moons beyond these prison walls. The conflict that arose over their remains following our disappearance will still take place.
I understand. Sisters, oh, my body. It feels...
Why are you moaning? You gave your authority away. You can't do that anymore.
Now that we have given up our power and authority, our bodies are merely mortal shells. This prison is dissolving
She's not
them
used to it yet,
as
I
we
see.
speak.
It's okay, Sonnet.
She's desperately
The end must
moaning,
come for
hoping
every
it'll
god,
convey the
just as
same
it does
feelings
for
it
every
used
human.
to. But it just doesn't.
That's all this is.
It just
The
don't
final
hit the same
destination
no
of our
more.
lives. Canon and I will be by your side the whole way.
We have one final request, Columbina. Could you use the 3 moons' power to send us back into the real world? Now that we have lost our powers, I doubt this space will seek to hold us further. It's just... we would like to spend our final moments together in the only place we ever called home.
Of course. Gladly.
Dude, Why is Columbina such a pushover? Like, literally every time someone asks her to do it, she does. It's her sisters? Yeah, but this isn't the first... You saw how she interacted with Rare. Don't be like... Don't... It's called being nice, you wouldn't know it. Yeah.
Sonnet.
Yeah, Columbina's showing her how it's done now.
Yes. Don't...
Don't fucking moan no more.
I wish I could tell her not to give in to the abyss. Not to be afraid. But is this really what I should say at this moment? Don't forget. I'm so glad to have a big sister like you.
You met 5 minutes ago. I guess it was like 15 minutes ago because I did go downstairs to make some rice.
No. Hypo. Thank you.
Hypo. Holy fuck. No, that's crazy.
I'm okay. I'm not afraid. As long as my sisters are with me, I won't be afraid. It looks like this is goodbye, sisters.
Goodbye, Columbina.
Yeah, I guess Hyposelenia is supposed to mean under the moon, right? And these are moons, so is she saying she... No, let's not go there, actually. They're related.
Take care of this world in our stead.
Listen, my bad. I forgot for a second.
I will. And now, it's time for me to bid farewell to my body, too.
And chat are the weird ones. Okay, don't act like you can't see the messages that are going on in chat right now. As if what I said had anything on that.
May it become the moonlight that keeps Nodcry company through the long years ahead. So this is why Nodcry was not always home to Kuvaki. It only appeared after I poured my body out upon this land, and only this land. Kuvaki responds to me because it is me.
Okay, we get
my
that.
Body, answering the call, and the golden energy I've encountered on my way here was, in fact, that very soul, which I am about to leave here to guide me.
Can we get us a Jeff cover? I don't remember how the rest goes. Let's stick with the calcs and not that. Frick you. Your voice is a blessing for our ears. Thank you.
O power Trilune, eternal moonlight. I, Columbina Hyposelenia, lay
Who is
aside
he
my
talking
body.
to?
Let it be cast into the dark night to illuminate the future. May it be a companion to all who dwell beneath the moon. Until the time comes for me to return home.
You're ruining the scene? Frick you. May flowers and lovely dreams bloom by your window. O little dove, child of the moon. Though dust may stain your fair white feathers, though you lie down not in a warm embrace, may the moon be with you in your slumber. The moon in the fall sky is fake because we've never heard it moan. Oh!
Boss!
Revelation!
That was crazy!
Eureka!
Allowed to see that? Is anyone? Can you still see? How many fingers am I holding up?
I see 2 fingers, and a look of sheer terror on your face.
Truly astounding, Miss Nefer. Your eyes have glimpsed the very ends of the world, and yet they remain as sharp as ever.
Real talk. Why do people always hold up 2 fingers when they ask how many fingers am I holding up? Because, like, if I couldn't see and I wanted to convince someone I could, I'd just say 2. Because that's... people always hold up 2.
Or is the credit for this miracle due to Miss Lauma? It seems that even time itself is no match for your medical skills.
Surely you jest, Mr. Flins.
He do be jesting all the time.
I suspect we have Columbina to thank. She must have realized the immense toll that the ritual would take and purposely set aside some of her power in the past to protect Nefer's eyes when this moment arrived.
So it's not Llama that's C1, it's Columbina that's C1. Is it C1 or C2 that gives the shield? I forgot. Whatever, who cares?
There is always a great price to pay for witnessing the truth.
C2.
But it seems
C1.
that this time,
C2.
Columbina
C1.
has shouldered
C2.
that burden on our behalf.
Okay, how are there as many people saying C1 as C2? That's crazy, actually. Both are canonically C3, that's true.
She chose the perfect method of getting a message to us. Though her eyes were always shut, she was clearly so perceptive. She knows us well. She knew exactly how we would think and what we would try. Despite being separated by time and space, we're seeing the same possibilities and seizing the same opportunities.
We still don't even know if she's okay right now. But as long as there's a chance we can do something, we'll fight to make it happen.
We'll get you back somehow, Columbina.
Why does this feel like the end of an act?
Well, based on the information we now have, let's figure out our next moves.
Thanks to these gentlemen, we have a much clearer picture of the situation with Dottore.
It is? I know it's not.
The civilian population has been moved to safety, so we no longer need to hold back.
Miss Androne, How are the calculations going?
So far, so good. I'll keep seeing how far I can push the system, though. Can't have Hat Man being powered down for nothing.
There's still a long road ahead. Where should we begin?
Everyone exchanges looks, then starts discussing a plan of attack. The battle ahead is filled with unknowns. No one can say how strong Dotori's grasp of the Three Moons' power is. But you are not about to admit defeat. Everyone is united, and knows that no single person can accomplish the task ahead alone. Your only chance of victory relies on everyone working together. And just, maybe, as a team, you can reach the moon and bring your long-lost friends safely back home.
Our plan is clear. Time is short, so let's get moving.
There's just never enough time, is there? Time is the bane of my existence. Ugh. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to work.
All right, we'll do our part too.
Yeah.
Yeah! Hell yeah. Alright, this is a good stopping point, I think. And
Albedo's theory says
it kind
that
of feels
elemental
like we're
energy
about
can dilute the
2/3 of the
light
way through
realm's
the quest.
power.
So splitting it in 3 days is fine. $30 Is it 30 minutes, like, actually, or is it 30 minutes pre-Zajef inflation? It's pre-Zajef, okay, yeah. I don't know if I should be putting those words out there, actually. Yeah. Do not Google Zajef. If I leave here, will I come back here exactly? Probably, right? No.
But I'm no expert in
Fine.
building elemental defenses. Sounds like something out of the advanced elemental theory section of the library.
Sorry, Varka.
Whew.
Elemental Reaction Guide Part 4 is never coming out.
You seem quite troubled.
Well, yeah. I mean, who doesn't get a little flustered when they're completely out of their depth?
No, Varka. You're not completely out of your depth. You've never been out of your depth. You're so tall that no matter how deep the abyss is, your feet touch the bottom. That's how it is. That's how it is. Like we need to be on the same page here.
You were the very picture of confidence back when you approached the Hexen Circle.
Yeah, I could have been faking it through that whole meeting for all you know. Who's to say I'm not just a ball of nerves in a charming and gregarious package?
Oh gosh, really? I'm so sorry, I had no idea. Well, you're all the braver for it.
Still, I was much more in my comfort zone than I am here. At least in Mondstadt, you can cry for help from a cliff top and actually stand a chance of summoning Barbados himself. Things have never looked bleaker than they do now. If we don't pull this off, Tevat's doomed, isn't it?
Oh, you think so? Actually, yes. Yes, it probably is.
It's a shame.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tevat has faced annihilation many times in the past, but it also gave us you, didn't it?
Huh. Did it? Oh! I just got what she said. I thought she was saying that like the threat of annihilation was what gave them was what gave us Varka. But she's just saying Teyvat gave us Varka. Listen, it could be interpreted both ways, okay? This is one of the pitfalls of the English language. No? Yeah.
Hey, don't give me that. It's not like I'm anyone special.
Well, you're special to me.
I disagree. Every human born in this world is special. We angels have always
By the way,
believed that.
chat. So you guys are saying W Riz, okay? This is L Riz. If you're trying to Riz someone up, and they're saying I'm not special, and your response to that is I disagree, everyone is special, you're basically calling them not special. Like that's a massive fumble, actually.
In that case, this humble human being has a big favor to ask of you.
It's okay, she's pretty true.
I thought you might say that.
I'm sure Alice, in her great wisdom, sent you here precisely to help us in this difficult time, yes?
Well, that has less to do with her wisdom and more to do with my power.
Of course, of course. Well, the thing is, these elemental defenses we're about to build, I don't think it's a question of if they'll fail, but when. Durin's findings from his patrols make it clear that Dottore is constantly expanding his territory. First it was his lab, then the design bureau, and now this. It's not realistic to completely stop him encroaching on the rest of Nagcry. Rather, our goal should be to stall him for as long as possible.
He's just being nice to her because he wants to be Mawika level. Damn.
If Miss Sandroni's calculations are correct, well, they're the closest thing to certainty we have in this situation, so let's assume they are. Anyway, her calculations suggest that our best hope for victory lies in Miss Columbina's return. It's up to us to slow Dottore's advance and buy time for her to make a return.
Are you asking me to help you with building the defenses?
No. I'd like you to prepare for what comes next. When he eventually reaches us, we will have to fight him. You were an angel once and a mage now. I'm asking you to lend us your protection.
Oh. Can I take it that you're triggering the terms you fought for during our three-way talks?
Well, technically those terms were about protecting Mondstadt. But if you're happy to agree to the change in location, then yes, let's do that.
Why were you talking about a three-way, Nicole?
You're cashing in on this much sooner than I'd imagined.
Well, yeah. The way things are going, I might not get another chance.
Very well. The mages have heard the knight's plea, and we will respond. To tell the truth, Alice and I had already discussed how we might help you all, so I didn't come empty-handed. I always like to be prepared.
This is... wow. Yeah. This is great. Seriously, thank you.
It's been many long years since I had a chance to dazzle humanity with a little divine intervention.
Varka when Nicole releases.
To humbly serve as a reliable and responsible guide. Anyway, Knight of Boreas, please accept this gift in recognition of your great virtue.
Why is his armor breathing too, by the way? Like, what the fuck is it made of? Rubber?
Go now. May the angel's blessing deliver you safely to your destination.
Leather? That does not look like leather armor. Alright, we'll stop here for now. Oh. Whoa. Energy field. And we'll finish the quest tomorrow. It's literally 20 minutes. I don't care. I'll be right back.
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through Nodcry on a misty night. The march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness. Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
Hello. Alright, chat. Guys video? Yeah, we can take a look at that. Is Varka good enough? We missed the guys, GG.
Guys, Varka Beta has ended a while ago, and so it's finally time to have a full conversation about what we can expect from him by the time he comes out. First thing I want
VOD? It is going to the VOD.
to say is that full conversation. Guys, Varka beta has ended a while ago, and so it's finally time to have a full conversation about what we can expect from him by the time he comes out. First thing I want to say is that I've been absolutely locked in for this beta like never before, because I've been in constant communication with beta testers and also a few other things I can't really disclose publicly. And so I'm pretty confident in the fact that I now almost have a full grasp of Varka's capabilities, also because now you can test rotations in Miliastra, and that helped fact-checking my calcs about Varka. Before I talk about numbers, however, I want to talk about a few gameplay elements. In my opinion, he's one of the best feeling character to use that we ever gotten. His attacks are really fast for a Claymore character, and they also have a real impact in terms of visuals and sound, partially thanks to hit lag, which emphasizes on that aspect specifically. His special elemental skill feels much better than his charge attack to use, because it's easier to chain to normal attacks for fast execution purposes, and it's also more foolproof as an attack because it has better range, and while the charge attack isn't like bad in that sense, it can miss more easily. The lack of full interruption resistance can be annoying, but it's manageable in practice. Like a few attacks will stagger him, and so you will need to dodge, but that's not the end of the world, because for him, losing a few normal attacks at rotation is not that bad, as long as you can get the two special elemental skills or charge attacks off. So, in my opinion, from a gameplay standpoint, they did very well with him, because he feels very fun and smooth to use. His numbers and damage are kind of a separate topic entirely, but before I talk about that, just a few words about today's point. First thing I want to clarify for his damage is that I adjusted my assumptions for his weapons. For all of my calcs before today, I had him with Serpent Spine the Refinement 1, with 3 stacks of average on it, so 18% damage bonus. I'm however adjusting my assumption to 1 average stack for it on teams where he's not using a shielder, since that's just much more realistic, especially in Stygian Onslaught where you can't pre-stack the passive before the fight starts. This makes the difference between the best 4-star weapon he has and his signature weapon quite massive for him, between 35 and 40% depending on the team buffs. And yeah, even with just 1 stack, Serpent Spine is arguably the best 4-star option for him. I also changed my combo assumption to a more basic normal attack spam with elemental skills in between. This is not only meant to make these calcs more relatable for the average player, but also because based on real Varka gameplay, the dash cancels can easily turn into a DPS loss compared to this combo if not executed at a frame perfect precision. Of course, when he actually comes out and more people get to try him, it's very possible that better combos will be found, but based on real testing, this was the combo that was most consistently the best one. Teams wise, his double pyro compositions are the best ones, with Venti, Bennett and Durin being his best team overall. Venti and Durin are good supports for Varka, as they can combine solid buffs for him while also dealing damage that is better than that of all the possible alternatives. Still, they don't really feel like essential supports for Varka, because both of them have alternatives that are comparatively not much weaker. For example, Faradzan in the Animal slot and Toma in the Pyro slot are all things considered pretty good. For Faradzan it's kind of surprising, since a large portion of Varka's damage is not Anemo, but their buffs are just strong enough that it makes up for that. However, in my opinion, it's not Anemo, but I mean,
Sucrose is just better, no?
Their buffs are just strong enough that it makes up for that. However, in my opinion, Venti is better than the numbers show, because a lot of what he brings to the table comes in the form of comfort. For example, the fact that he restores 15 energy for teammates whose elements match the one that his burst has infused is pretty useful on most Varka lineups. In this sense, characters like Kazu.
He has Sucrose worse? That sounds wrong.
Sucrose, and Tifa especially, are just not comparable in terms of energy generation for the team, and this brings more complications for Durin and Bennett here. Specifically, Bennett will basically be forced to use an energy implications for
No shell, you get only 1 normal attack on Sucrose combo by ditching Venti? Yeah, like... Also, why does Farazan get N5 E and 5E and 2, and Sucrose gets N5E and 4E and 3. Huh?
Not comparable in terms of energy generation for the team, and this brings more complications for Durin and Bennett here. Specifically, Bennett will basically be forced to use an energy recharge weapon option, and since these have lower base attack than the best choices available, it penalizes him. Having said this, however, the gap is small enough that just from a numerical standpoint, getting Varka's signature instead of Venti or Durin will result in higher team damage, which is unusual because as of late, getting dedicated support has often been more important than getting the
Doesn't Farazan force 20 seconds? It's not 20, it's 19 because of animal resonance.
signature. This reinforces the idea that Durin and Venti are just meant to be good allies for Varka instead of being these crucial supports like Llama and Inef for their respective.
Yeah. Honestly, it's not even that like Venti and Durin have like that insane synergy or that powerful. It's just that like nothing else is good.
Carries. Also, a Constellation 2 investment, Farazan specifically gets even closer to Venti. The Constellation 2 adds a lot of anemo damage to Varka's combos, which Farazan teams hugely benefit from, and so the difference between the two teams becomes relatively small. I will say that for Venti, the fact that he can group opponents is a thing, and it often translates to much better DPS in AoE scenarios. The upcoming Stygian boss Varka is made for, Mandragora, is an AoE phase where you have to kill a lot of mobs to proceed to the next one, and they're very spread out, and so based on real gameplay experience, without Venti, that's a bit of a pain, especially if your anemo alternative can group well. Before I talk about other teams, let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support. Moving to the other elemental teams, the situation for the Hydro ones is interesting. It kind of relies
I just don't get why they ditched his appeal of dual elemental damage in his constellations. I also don't know.
on Fiorina here, partially because she's just the best Hydro support for this type of teams, and partially because her buffs are flexible enough that they will last for the entire rotation even if she casts them at the start. This forces you to bring a healer on the team if Fiorina is a Constellation 0, and there is no better choice than Jhin here, who can even buff Varka at higher Constellation level. From there, you can either add Mona to maximize the Extend Circle passive, or Yelan to form a
It's 2026 and this team has 62,000 DPS. Oh boy. Oh boy. We are in the trenches.
good sub DPS duo with Fiorina, so kind of a wheelchair. A Constellation 0 running Varka's solo Extend Circle means being able to only use one special skill instead of two, and it's honestly not a huge deal, as Yelan's own damage output more than makes up for it at this investment level. With higher assumptions for the standard 5-star Constellation level, so C4, the gap becomes smaller, as Mona specifically has a good C4 which gives Varka 45% additional crit value. Constellation 2 investment for Varka is where things get interesting however. At this stage, Varka's special skill has much more value, and so maximizing the amount you can use becomes much more important. Additionally, the Mona variant prioritizes Varka's damage more, and so in general, investment on him scales much better on this type of composition. As a result, at this investment level, it becomes his best Hydro team for sure. Moving to Electro teams, in my opinion his best teams here have Sarah and the Janssen. Sarah is not using her burst every rotation here for both timing purposes and also because her energy situation is genuinely dreadful. Of course, Vent is really helpful here because of the energy refund he provides. As a reminder, Electro Resonance doesn't activate on this team, because for you to get extra particles, you need to trigger some specific electro reactions, and Sword is not one of those. Anyway, the team is
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
honestly really mediocre a Constellation 0 investment, but because of all the buffs Varka gets here, it scales really well with investment on him, and so that's nice. Lastly, for the cryo teams, I like a lineup with Escoffier and Shenhe. This is very peculiar because in my rotations I've neither of them using their burst. This makes the rotation very short, probably the quickest possible for Varka teams. You can still use Escoffier's burst whenever you need healing, just for safety purposes though. Anyway, the team is not bad, but it has a real handicap. The fact that Escoffier is operating at half efficiency, since the resistance
Half is very generous.
reduction passive becomes really weak if the team isn't filled with Hydro and Cryo characters. Shenhe also
You know, I
becomes
actually
perfect
wonder
just for
if Escoffier... I mean, 26%, yeah, she's probably still the best choice.
safety purposes though. Anyway, the team is not bad, but it has a real handicap. The fact that Escoffier is operating at half efficiency, since the resistance reduction passive becomes really weak if the team isn't filled with Hydro and Cryo characters. Shenhe also isn't really that strong of a character, especially with other burst, and so this is a team that will likely get new characters with the upcoming Snezhnaya. And this is, overall, the situation of his teams. I'll reiterate that most of these calculations have been fact-checked with a real gameplay test, so they should be more or less accurate. Next week, after the livestream, I'll release a build guide for Varka, where I'll go in depth on how to build these teams as well, so if this all seems confusing to you in terms of all of these infographics, don't worry, I'll be more detailed next week. For every type of team, I also calculated the C2 signature weapon equivalent for Varka, and I didn't do this randomly. That's really the investment level which Varka is a great character all around, so even excluding the pyro teams. And that's not only evident in calculations, but also in real gameplay. For example, the next Stygian Onslaught will also have the Skirk boss, who is vulnerable to cryo damage. At Constellation Zero signature weapon investment, Varka can comfortably clear this boss at fearless difficulty, but from everything I've seen, a dire clear is only consistently possible at C2 or 1. Of course, it can vary a bit depending on skill level and build quality, but more or less this should be the case. It also makes sense because C2R1 Varka is where he kind of matches a Constellation Zero free-to-play Skirk, and she's technically able to clear this boss dire, so it makes sense. This brings me to talk about something I find interesting about Varka, which is the fact that Iskate wants him to be this versatile character in terms of teams, but this is a design idea developers have been constantly pushing against ever since Skirk came out, which is shortly before Stygian came out. Stygian Onslaught is a mode that rewards teams that specifically fit the right elemental or mechanical requirements,
Okay, this is hurting
that
my
rewards
eyes.
teams that specifically fit the right elemental or mechanical
Why is he spamming N3E? This is making me upset. What the fuck are you doing?
requirements and heavily punishes all the teams which don't. This allowed Hoyoverse to expand the meta in a way, because we now have many different characters who fit many different matchups.
Disco Bob. Oh, so many good bits in today's stream, huh?
It's also good for their wallets, because now people have to pull for more characters if they want to be consistently able to clear this mode. In this sense, a character like Varka, who has 4 possible elemental teams, isn't really made for this design idea, and so that's why I think they made him weaker than one would expect him to be. Looking at it more in depth, however, it's more that Varka has a single best-in-slot type of lineup, which is double pyro, and then a bunch of secondary lineups, which are all the other elements. This will be reinforced if when Nicole comes out, she's a good support for him and makes the double pyro teams even better. I feel like the idea with Varka in the long term is for him to be able to clear the pyro vulnerable stages comfortably, and then make him rely on higher investment level if he wants to compete with other elements as well. This makes him not so different from a character like Varesa, for example, whose best team is Overload, but if well invested enough, she can also clear on teams like Electrocharge, for example. And I think this thought makes a lot of
Hold up. Okay, honestly though, I don't inherently disagree. I just think that this is true for C0R1 Varka. Like, assuming Varka is given for free and that the 5-star pull that you do for him is getting his signature weapon, I agree with that. Otherwise, that's wrong.
Varesa, for example, whose best team is Overload, but if well invested enough, she can also clear on teams like Electrocharge, for example. And I think this thought makes a lot of sense with how Genshin is handling the end.
Nicole, if there are 1, 2, 3, 4 Hexarai characters in the party, the active character's animo damage bonus decreases by 15, 30, 45, 500%. True. Honestly, though, I think that'd be better for Venti than for Varka. Unless you get cons on Varka, I guess.
Endgame. Of course, if you're looking at it in the sense of how will he stack up to Lunar teams after Nicole comes out if she's a support for him, he's probably not gonna have teams comparable to them in terms of DPS, probably 10 or 20,000 less at least. But honestly, I think people should really chill about this Lunar teams thing, because it makes sense for Lunar teams to be stronger in this phase, because in the long term, the way the teams are structured, they're harder to buff than traditional teams because they benefit from fewer stats. Like the way Lunar formulas are made, these teams only really benefit from basic stats.
I mean, that's not even true. Like, Lunar reactions scale with the same amount of stats as Varka does. It's just that instead of EM, Varka scales with damage percent. That's the only difference. It's still the same amount of stats.
Buffs like attack, elemental mastery, crit damage, and crit rate, or very specific supports like what Columbina provides, but things like damage bonus or defense reductions, which are very,
I guess there's
strong
defense
buffs.
reduction too, but like, historically, defense reduction has been a thing either for the worst units in the game or for whale stuff. Pretty much only. I guess now Varka has it, so like maybe. But then play Varka, not Varka. Razor has it. But like then play Razor, not Varka. True.
So will benefit these Varka teams and all the other teams in the meta a lot, while the Lunar teams won't benefit from them. So it makes sense for Lunar teams to be, as of right now, much stronger. Because what I think will happen once non-Cry ends is that the Lunar teams will start slowing down, while the traditional...
Varka taught him that, and then Pergor. But yeah, it's actually crazy that like Varka is like a pretty bad unit, and his signature weapon is really strong. And together they make like a mid-Natlan unit.
Teams like Varka's will start catching up. But to go back to the main topic of the video, Varka is a character that in my opinion, a Constellation 0 and without a signature weapon is pretty weak, all things considered. And you should really only pull for him if you like him, like me. At C2R1 investment it becomes interesting in my opinion, because then you have this character who is still comparatively weaker than other new characters at C2R1 investment, but he has many more.
He's also comparatively weaker than other characters at C0R0 investment, so like,
more teams that function, many more elemental teams, and this brings him a lot of nice matchups in Stygian. And so overall, Whale Varka fits that versatility idea that makes him interesting, while a free-to-play one doesn't, really. And with this...
Yeah, okay, by the way, I'm like 99% sure Nicole is gonna have some sort of quill buff. Because like... if she has a quill buff that scales with the amount of Hexarai characters you have, it would, like, specifically shill exactly Varka, Durin, Venti, Nicole. Yeah, that's an interesting freeze frame, huh? Yeah, and it would also work for, like, Cleafish Durin, that's true. That would actually make a lot of sense, huh? I know they're called quills because of Shenhe, but what do they mean? It's additive damage buffs. Basically, it's extra damage that scales with some of the characters that, like the target character that's getting buffed. But that's independent from the base actual damage that the characters do. Right, so if you have a I mean, we can talk about one of the buffs that we actually have, right? We have llama buff, right? And the llama buff scales. It doesn't scale with the target buff, like the target ability that's getting buffed. It doesn't scale with its actual like motion value, its base damage. It doesn't scale with that target's character or that target character's EM or that target character's Lunar Bloom multiplier, but it does get increased by crit. Whereas all this Nicole Cope coming from, I mean, it's pretty like 100% certain that she's gonna be Hexerai. It looks like she has a Pyro Vision, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to be strong when she comes out. So, like, it follows from those three statements that she very well could end up in a Varka team replacing Bennett. Bennett being forced to be in a Razor team has hidden Varka upscale. Yeah, exactly, right? It would also be a way to separate Varka from Razor in performance. So if Varka has 1,000 EM, she increases the damage of Hyperloom by 5,000 damage. Yeah. And then that gets affected by enemy resistances, right? So with Deepwood, it'll generally be a little bit more than 5,000 damage. And then if Llama doesn't have the... Like, if you're not in Ascendant Gleam, if you're in Nascent Gleam, it also has a chance to crit for double that, right? It's just Daya Cope all over again. Fontaine would save Daya. I mean, okay. I'm gonna level with you. Varka is better than Daya. Like, Varka's state on release is a lot better than Daya's state on release. And I also think that, like... And yeah, and Varka doesn't look like he has the quality of life issues that Daya had, too. Dude, I remember being like, oh my god, Poggers, Daya's a fucking a carry that's like tanky and shit, and then realizing that if you fucking use her burst, she stops being tanky, and you just die really quickly. And being like, oh. Well, that sucks. Like, why does she lose her damage reduction effect when she bursts? Like, I guess she was too strong in their alpha testing, so they had to add that. Right? No, like, the Daya beta cycle was, like, actually a fucking clown fiesta. It was bad. Yeah, and you guys remember the fucking day one testing when we realized that she could just miss the bloom cores? Dude, I swear, that character was never meant to be functional. Dying off. Okay, the dying off field thing we had to like go out of our way to make happen. Like it's not something that's like actually gonna happen in real gameplay, but like anyway, it was just a funny clip. Varka would be such a great free unit, not so bad it feels insulting, but not stronger than the 6.x DPS. Yeah! Like, that's also why I kind of think it's possible. I see it, man. I see it. Burn the witch. Is Varka that much better than Day on release? Current meta teams flow around 140, 150, while Varka realistic combos makes him 95k. Was Day actually a third behind meta? Day was way further than a third behind meta on release. Because, like, back then, our wheelchair core was, like, Sing So Yelan. And she doesn't work with Sing So Yelan. So you couldn't even wheelchair her. She was bad, okay? Like, she was less than half of the meta. Okay, like, it was... Okay, I mean, that's not entirely true. Like, you could do the Bennett, Kazuha, Shangling wheelchair. But, like, it was still pretty awful. Varka's Risley? Yeah, well, not exactly. I think Risley's a bit better. Like, Risley was not that far behind the meta when he came out, right? Like, you have to realize the strongest stuff when Risley came out was Neuvillette without Farina and Hyper Bloom. And, like, yeah, he's worse than that, but he's not, like, fucking a third behind that. But also, even if he was, it wouldn't have been as bad because the DPS checks were not aimed at specifically just premium teams at good investment. You needed a much lower percentage of the best meta team's DPS to be able to clear the endgame content that mattered. I have Skirk C1R1. Should I use Magical C or her signature set? You can kind of use either. With Sig, it's a bit harder to not overgap on Magical C, but it's also annoying that your Finale of the Deep Galleries set doesn't buff the C1. So, like, if you have some really good crit damage heavy Magical C that has, like, almost no crit rate, and just a lot of crit damage and attack percent and a bit of crit rate, Magical C will be better, but it's very possible that your Finale of the Deep Galleries set will be better just because Sig makes it really hard not to overcap. When doing the combos with Zabai and all 4-star team, I'm running into cooldown problems. Any solution to that? Don't do the combos, straight up. Or like do an N4 after your triple E if you want to do the combos just for better instructor uptime. Alright, do the triple E, but then after that, do a full N4 instead of sending the E as soon as it's available. Wasn't Linny like fine on release? Oh, Linny was like good on release. He wasn't just fine. Like, he was actually good. He was Hu Tao level. I think Linny was better than Hu Tao. It's just that a lot of people had C1 R1 on Hu Tao. And Linny C1 sucks. But like, release C0 R1 Linny versus C1 R1 Hu Tao Linny Mogs. Yeah, that's still the case, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I guess Hu Tao is more synergistic with the Minerva wheelchair. So if you're comparing actual best possible teams for both of them, I don't actually know if Linny is ahead of Hu Tao. I don't think so. But like, that's not really Hu Tao. You know, like that kind of, but like, meh. Do you think Nvidia breaks the top 5? Nowadays, no. I think on release, until Stygian release, actually. It's not it what dethroned Neuvillette from #1 best carry in my eyes is not character power creep, it's content power creep. Because the character could do double Neuvillette's damage, and most players would still get slower clears in Abyss with them than with Neuvillette. But Stygian happened, and it killed Neuvillette. How? Go to the Genshin category right now, scroll a little bit, find a casual player that's playing Maoika, and watch. You'll understand. Would Flynn's be in a similar state as Varka right now if it was released before Inefa? He'd still be better, because the official Durin core is, like, not awful for him. But he'd have issues that are similar to Nefer's issues right now with defensive utility. That's the biggest problem. Yeah, I guess yeah, that's true. Durin was released after, but still, like, even official Sucrose. It doesn't look like the Archon Quest. We're almost done with the Archon Quest. We did like 3 hours of Archon Questing today. We're right before the climax. We'll do that tomorrow. Thank you, Fisher. Sorry, 0_0 Fisher. Can't skip the zeros. Will you ever revisit Genshin PvP? Probably. the biggest thing that's like making me not necessarily want to do it too much is it is unbalanced to the point of actually being broken. And I don't even mind that. But what I enjoy in games like that is figuring out what's good, the process of min-maxing and improving my strategy. And doing that for something that's going to get overhauled for sure because they're going to fix the problems eventually feels like a futile endeavor. I don't really want to do it. If Genshin had a standard weapon selector on anniversary weapons, what do you think would be best? Well, that's a good question. Fall was bullying everyone with his C6 Chlorine plus Zinc damage reduction, and then he lost to Noelle. Yeah, makes sense. Noelle does fucking solo that shit. Standard weapon tier list. Genshin. Tier maker. Okay, this is just all weapons tier list. Dies of cringe. It's fine. I'll just... Okay, where are they? We have Aquila and Skyward. We have... Wolf's Gravestone and Skyward. We have... Jadewing Spear and Skyward. We have... Amos Bow and Skyward. And we have... Lost Prayers and Skyward. Okay. Is the Claymore? What do you mean? This is Skyward best of luck for Bennett and Sijian. Eh. Very often, Bennett won't be the character who's hardest to get your burst on at the start of Stygian. So if you generate enough energy for your other characters, generally Aquila Bennett has enough. And if you're not, you might want to just fucking put him on 5. No with Kinich. I mean, that's because you're playing Kinich. Like, that's on you. Anyways, okay. Yeah, we can make an updated standard weapon tier list properly. I think Jadewing Spear. I think Jadewing Spear might be alone in S, actually. Because the reality is that every weapon other than polearms has a lot of alternatives for craftables, for like a lot of different types of characters. But for polearms, if you're not a fucking burst damage dealer, you're cooked. Yeah, I guess I forgot about Shovel. That's true. Maybe it's not. Free-to-play claymores suck. It's not that free-to-play claymores are worse than other weapons, it's that Serpent Spine is better. So comparatively, it makes Mailed Flower look bad. Or not Mailed Flower, Tidal Shadow look bad. But Tidal Shadow is a completely fine weapon. The biggest problem with Tidal Shadow is that Bennett doesn't heal above 70. That's why you put the Eon-San in the bag. With Eon-San healing, with Shavar's existing, I don't think the downside of Tidal Shadow is that big of a problem, generally. The biggest problem I have with Skyward Harp is that, like, the bow users, lol. Like, actually, like... yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, it's good on Fischl, but Fischl has alternatives. Unlike the carries that kind of have to struggle for good weapons. Fischl has a bunch of weapons that are, like, pretty good on her already. Aquila is S? I don't think so. I think both Aquila and Skyward are A. For the swords, they're literally just for Bennett, both of them. But Bennett is good enough. You had it in an S last time? That's possible. But as more and more characters don't really need to use Bennett on their team, I think that the value of having these weapons for him isn't as high. Incision with Mauiga Yonsan, I feel like Skyward is best for Bennett. If you do Mauiga E, Bennett E, Yonsan, Bennett has his burst. Even without Skyward. Like, maybe I can see it if you have Fork on Eonson instead of Fav. But otherwise, eh. But yeah. And I'd say Lost Prayers is probably... I don't know if I'd put it A or B now. Probably B. Then Skyward Harp, C. I think I'll make one more tier. The no tier. And the no tier will be these, I guess. I guess Atlas can go here, sure. Okay, the premise of this question was if we get a 5-star weapon selector, right? And, like, Atlas isn't bad, but I don't see a world where you would select it over Lost Prayers. What about Amos? I mean, if you are a Ganyu main, if you are, like, I could see it. Sure. It like... It's not a good weapon, and I don't think it's really worth getting. But it is better than the free-to-play alternatives on some characters that people play. Isn't Wolf's Gravestone good on Mawika? Wolf's Gravestone is really bad. It's like barely better than Tidal Shadow. It doesn't have the requirement at least. But like, it's so bad. Isn't Heart better for Ganyu? I don't think it's better for Melt. Why would you choose Skyward over Aquila ever? I mean, there are teams that struggle a little bit more with energy generation. Like nowadays, I mostly play Bennett with Pyro carries or teams that have another Pyro character on the team. But when you don't, his energy requirements can be a problem. To skip Bennett E, you are not skipping Bennett E if he's not on Fav. Okay, maybe some teams, but it's hard. Your requirements skyrocket if you skip E. I do with Durin. Yeah, with Durin I can see it. Yeah, obviously with Durin, Venti. Venti's a lot of energy. Durin's a lot of energy. Sure. Is Wolf's Gravestone worse than Serpent Spine from Mawika? Way worse. Wolf's Gravestone is worse than 0 stack Serpent Spine. It's a bad weapon. Because check GC Sim. They still don't have Eon Son on GC Sim. Put the Eon Son in the bag. I think they still don't have Eon Son. Did they add Eon Son? No? Yeah. Put the Eon Son in the bag. Yeah, the thing is, Mawika just gets so much attack. That's fucked up. You can't put Eonson in a bag just because she's tiny. Watch me. But yeah, like, I could see a world where you feel good selecting any of these 5 weapons. If you're selecting one of these 2, you're coping hard. And you hate your life. And if you're selecting one of these 3, you don't know what you're doing. Are we getting a selector? No. Someone just asked. Trope tier. Yeah, you want me to do the trope tier? Is it this one? Is it the one that you sent earlier? Go to template. Okay, these are... Okay. 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 This is gonna make for a great clip. Abusive parents, A tier. Abusive parents as a trope in fiction is actually a pretty decent trope. Cause like, yeah, it's a very common one, right? But also it's like in the real world, people are often pieces of shit. Not because they had abusive parents, just because they're kind of shitty. And the problem is that in fiction, it's kind of boring for there to be coincidences. Like, for there to be no explanations to things. Constructing your plot with things having a narrative purpose just makes the plot feel more engaging. And one of the better ways of explaining poor behavior is poor upbringing. So I actually think that the abusive parents trope is a pretty good one out of the very, very popular tropes. Is this what is AI relationship? Huh? That what is that? I'm not ranking that. I don't know this trope. Is it just robots? Like, okay, that's not a trope. That's just like a setting. Like, I don't know. That's okay. Ally turned antagonist. Okay, actually, you want to know. Okay, and this is all right. As many of you already know, all right, I have a bit of a weakness. I have a soft spot for isekai, and more specifically for villainous isekai. Okay. I think my least favorite trope in villainous isekai is when the original female lead of the story turns out to be a complete bitch. It makes me want to put down what I'm reading. I hate it. I hate it so much. It needs a role for itself. Feels like character assassin. I mean, that's not it, because you haven't gotten to get attached. Like, you didn't get attached to the original female lead. You're not the one who read the original story. The protagonist is the one who read the original story. Isn't that like 99% of villainous isekai? Yeah. Yeah. And you have to parse through the garbage to find the gems. It has a hint of misogyny in it. Yes and no. Like, I think you have to understand that the villainous genre kind of like emerged as a response to the like basic setup of otome stories, where you have a character that has multiple romance routes, very often with people who are previously occupied, who are already in relationships, right? And the villainous genre is all about exploring how, well, yeah, as it turns out, those male leads are kind of pieces of shit, and the person who is seducing the people with fiancés is also kind of a piece of shit. So, like, I understand why it's like that. it just warms my heart when it's not. You know? Amnesia. Yeah, the amnesia trope fucking sucks. It goes in D. It's not as bad as the ally turn turn antagonist thing, but so the reason why people hate amnesia is because very often amnesia is a trope that emerges when it feels like things should have reached their natural conclusion, but the author doesn't want to end the story just yet. But I do think that amnesia as a trope can function. It just can't be at the end of the story. It has to happen early on. Antagonist turned ally. S tier. We love those. Oh yeah, I just realized my cam's not in the right spot for this. Like what what can I say? I'm an easy reader, okay? Conflict resolution leading to harmonious relationships soothes my soul. The One Piece was the friends we made along the way. Like, I think that would be a good ending. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, Apocalypse. I don't love Apocalypse, but I'm not bothered by it. I feel kind of indifferent towards it. Arranged marriage. Arranged marriage is an interesting trope when neither of the characters involved in the arranged marriage are complete pieces of shit. But very often, one of them is just awful. But like, arranged marriage, where the people with the arranged marriage don't fall in love with each other, but also aren't pieces of shit. Oh. Yeah, there's just so much potential there. Anyways, it goes B. Avenging dead friend or family. Kind of boring. Avenging dead lover, though, that's A. But friend or family, D. And I can't explain why. Bad boy, good girl. Oh, you guys hate that. You guys hate that. My god. I agree, though. It's kind of bad. D tier. Bad boy, good girl is straight romance slop. It's good if it's not actually bad boy, good girl, and it's just like... Like, right now I'm thinking about Dog for a Walk, which, like, looks like it would be bad boy, good girl, but really isn't. Anyways, beautiful main character doesn't realize she's pretty. Okay, so here's the thing, alright? I don't think this is an inherently bad trope. Or rather, I think a lot of stories that would fall into that, where like the main character is pretty but doesn't think she's pretty. You could make the argument like she's only pretty because of the art style, and like she's supposed to canonically not be pretty. And I think if you look at it that way, it can make for some actually really interesting stories. But like, I know that's not what they mean by this, so straight to F tier you go. BFF sibling romance. So like, relationship with your friend's sibling. Whatever. Apothecary Diaries had that subgenre where Mama is not pretty until a certain point in the story. I mean, but like, she knows she's pretty. That's why she intentionally uses makeup to make herself less pretty. Betrayal. Where would betrayal go? Betrayal is so vague. Like, it depends on what sort of betrayal it is. And like, is betrayal part of the setting, or is it a plot element that happens later? Because like, betrayal as the setting for a story is kind of slop. But betrayal as an actual plot twist can be interesting. I think I put it in B. I don't feel that strongly about it, but I do think it tends to be pretty alright. Body swap. Dude, body swap is actually such a good trope, though. Yeah, as long as it's not creepy. I'll put it in A. That's not... What the fuck just happened? Okay, okay. I'll put it in A. Caddy / crazy X. What does caddy mean? Like sassy? Bitchy? Vindictive? Wait, those don't mean the same things. So which one is it now? It's like, it's a cat body swap with an X, I see. Gossipy. Okay, I see. I get it, I think. Bad X's are a red flag IRL. I don't know. I think if someone only has bad things to say about their exes, that's a massive red flag. But having a crazy ex isn't really a red flag by itself. I don't know. I don't really care about this trope. Child of main character sequel. That's slop. Never mind JoJo. I forgot about JoJo. Okay, let's put it in C. The thing about JoJo is, like, it's not really a sequel. Like, from the start, it's kind of a story that's meant to be structured that way. Yeah, JoJo is just the exception, not the rule. We can have the trope here and just JoJo's just the GOAT. Chosen one. Oh, that's awful. Disgusting. Coming of age, that's so vague. You go and see, I guess. Controlling dystopian government. I think A, yeah. Sure. Sure. Damsel in distress. Okay. Here's the thing, okay? Here's my take on it. What makes a damsel in distress such what makes so many people react, like, viscerally, like, ew, disgusting, to the damsel in distress trope, it's how historically it's been used to, like, portray a very sexist image of women in media. But if we broaden the definition of the term a little bit, and we include men as potential damsels in distress. I think it's not a bad trope. The thing is that inherently, there has to be some subversion for the trope to work. Either on the damsel part or on the distress part. It's a really good trope to subvert, though. Like, that's the thing. And, like, if a trope inherently lends itself incredibly well to easy and good subversions, that kind of makes it a decent trope. That said, I'll still put it in C because, like, it inherently requires some sort of subversion to be good, but I don't think it's D. I think you can work with it. Dark-haired, hot male villain. Honestly, chat, I don't really care about this trope. The trope I hate is not dark-haired, hot male villain. It's dark-haired, hot male lead. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, get that Zajef slop out of here. Like, this character is clearly meant to appeal to women and Zajef, and I'm neither of those. Okay? Stop it. Goes in D. Dark, mysterious, brooding lie. Oh, Lee? What did Lee do? What is it supposed to be? Oh, love interest. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Mm-mm. 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 Dead/missing girl. That's a trope? Huh? What does that mean? What? I don't get it. Whatever. Dead parents. I think abusive parents are better than dead parents. Dragons. I don't like dragons as much as goblingons, personally, but... What's a goblingon? Alright, Durin is cool. I won't fumble it just for you. I gotta, like, scour my memory right now. How many stories were actually enhanced by one of the characters being a dragon? Another trope, Morris heading. I think this is like... an important humanoid character actually being a dragon. More so than... How to Train Your Dragon. I mean... It could have just been a bird. Like... I don't know. It goes C. I'm sorry to hear that. Enemies to lovers. Yeah, enemies to lovers. Where did betrayal come from? What the hell? Where's my enemies to lovers? It just left. Where did it go? Okay, there. Did I have betrayal in D? Or in C? I forgot. I did in C, I think, right? In B? Really? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Enemies to lovers is just a good trope. That's how it'd be. Ex-BFF to popular mean girl. F? Okay, I hear your F, but I raise you I love Amy. Exception? Yeah, maybe. Nah, I think it's a decent trope. I'll put it in C. Fairy tale retelling. Okay, straight up, this goes to... Where did it go? Fucking hell. Where did it go now? Okay. Your mouse, man. I know! Straight to S. Present! Sorry. Like, subversions on fairy tales are just so fun. I love it. Like that one villainous story where someone gets reincarnated as Cinderella's stepmother or something. Actually, I say that one, but I'm pretty sure there's more than one. Like that's good stuff, man. Like that's I breathe that to survive. Fake relationship. What's that called? I think it's called Not So Wicked Stepmom. It's like not so, but it's like SEW. Do they have a separate contract marriage? Or is this supposed to be contract marriage? Arranged was before? That's different. Arranged marriage is people decide your marriage for you. Contract marriage means it's a marriage that's not actually a marriage, and it's like we will get divorced in 5 years because you need to inherit your title or whatever. Fake relationship, but then they fall in love goes so hard. I don't know. I've seen it too many times, I think. Yeah, I was reading something lately. I don't remember what it's called, but it's about a woman who is not like the reincarnated or possessed or what any of that, and who's a divorce lawyer who gets involved with basically isekai protagonists that got reincarnated and handles their divorces. And it actually was kind of fucking good. I liked it a lot. And it's like, give the sauce. I forgot what it's called. It's one of the few stories that I've seen treat like actually fucked up shit done by a male lead with the seriousness and the gravity it calls for. And like the first woman whose divorce gets handled, right? Like she comes in asking for a divorce after where she was in a contract marriage with a high-ranking noble, and it's getting to the point where they're supposed to get their divorce, but he stole her copy of the contract and hid it away and is pretending like the contract never happened. Leave your divorce to a professional lawyer? That sounds like the name, yeah. I think it was that, or something like that. You'll probably be able to find it by looking that up, yeah. But yeah, and it's like, that is an incredibly fucked up thing to do. And in a lot of stories, that would be presented as a romantic thing. And it's not. It's presented as manipulative and fucked up behavior. But it also doesn't have a like cartoonish interpretation of the characters. And the situation is like, he fell in love with her and she fell in love with him. But the whole thing with her contract marriage, and I guess spoilers for that specific story, which is the first one in that manhwa, so if you don't want spoilers, here's your warning. But the reason why she got a contract marriage is because like she got transmigrated in the novel she was reading, and she knows that she's going to die if she stays married to him. And so, despite falling in love with him, she still wants to get divorced. And instead of having some bullshit where like it's like, oh no, well, I'll be fine, whatever. I love him, he loves me, what could go wrong? They do get divorced. But they stay in contact afterwards. And it's just, it makes the characters feel so human. And I like that a lot. Yeah, spoilers are over. Fake relationship goes in B tier. Femme fatale character. Don't really care. Forbidden love. So, like, Are we talking about Romeo and Juliet type forbidden love, or like, you know, is this? Are we talking about incest? Like, what's the? Because those are not the same. Let's remove incest. Okay, if it's like Romeo and Juliet type thing, let's see, I guess. Sure. Found family, S tier. Friends to lovers. Boo. Boring. Boo. Friends to lovers is a nice thing in real life, but it's just so boring narratively. Get that shit out of my fiction. Leave that in reality. Gay BFF. Is that a trope? Like, is that actually a trope? Loki, every gauge teenage show. Okay, but like, the gay BFF in sex education is actually kind of the goat. Like, he is kind of the goat. It's a whatever trope. Very often it leads to stereotypes. So I don't really want to make it high, but... Heist. What type of trope is heist? That is a good question. What the hell is a heist? What is that? But this is romance tropes. How what? Like, I know what a heist is, but like, I don't think any of the romance stories have had heists. Yeah, whatever. High school cliques. Well, that's boring. Hurt comfort. So I'm being asked to rank Yuri right now. Yuri slop, damn. Good in fanfic S. I mean, it sounds... it's wholesome when characters get comforted, I suppose. Instant love? Yeah, okay. Never mind, we need a new row below. Subversion of instant love. Even the subversions of instant love are fucking ass. Name that tier of shit? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, like, the thing with instant love is, like, it sucks narratively, and it's also really weird as, like, a thing to think about conceptually. Can you make it a different color? What's the ugliest color here? None of these colors are that ugly. Poopy green. This? That's not that ugly, though. The gray? Yeah, that looks like it doesn't have color in it. Sure. LGBTQ or LGBT plus struggle. Chat, I'm an ally. I don't think LGBT plus people should struggle. So that goes in shit tier. True! No, but... I wonder. Screenshot the tier list. True. I'd put it in A, I'd say. As if written well by queer, or by a queer author. I think the reason why I don't want to put it in S is because it tends to be a bit too predictable narratively. It can hit hard emotionally, but narratively, I think sometimes it tends to be weak. Long Lost Royal. Eh. Love it. Okay, what's the difference between instant love and love at first sight? No difference? Instagram love? What the fuck is that supposed to be? It's for blind people. I see. I see. Right, yeah. I don't get it. Well, there's no first sight for blind people, so they can't get the love at first sight trope, so it has to be the instant love trope instead. Love triangle. Yeah, the thing is, very often, love triangles feel forced. Because it suffers from its popularity, right? Its popularity as a trope means that it's one of the go-tos that bad authors use when they don't know where to take their stories. But I think the trope itself is pretty good. Is, like, decent. I'd say probably B. Okay, why is literally everyone in chat saying they're usually not triangles, they're lines, they're angles? Okay, man. We get it. Good one. Haha. You know what this means. Stop trying to be cute. You're ugly. Sorry, that was rude. Mafia / gang leader love interest. Yeah, it depends on how serious the story is. The more unserious the story is, the better this trope becomes. I'll put it in A. I'll put it in B. Magical academies. Okay, see, this is where I'm aware that I have bad taste. Because for me, that goes in S. I love it. I love it. This is my slop. This is my slop. This is my slop. Thank you. Makeover. Bro, I can't wait for this character to let their hair down and take off their glasses. Mary Sue, Gary Stew. I don't think I've ever heard the phrase Gary Stew before, but... Okay, this is gonna be a hot take, alright? But I think there are some stories where it's completely fine for a character to be a Mary Sue. There's this one Chinese series that I've been following. Fuck, what's it called again? Like, The Real Daughter, She is the Almighty Boss. And it's like the worst thing I've ever read. It's so bad, and yet I couldn't put it down. I could not put it down. And the story is literally just a cycle of wow, so pretty and powerful and smart main character encounters an evil and malicious individual who wants to do bad things to them. Main character is like, nuh-uh, actually, I'm friends with the president. And then the villain is like, oh no, not the president. And then they get sent to prison or some shit. And like, it's so bad. Like, it's actually so dog shit. And yet I could not put it down. So despite the trope being awful, I can't put it in F, man. I can't. I'm gonna put it in high D. That's... There we go. It works when it's satire. It also works when it's unintentional satire. If it's, like, funny because of how bad it is, even if it doesn't try to be. Meet cute? Chat, what the fuck is a meet cute? No clue. Okay, no one knows. But it's when we meet you, when you meet someone cute. I see. Mentor dies during Grand Journey. Eh. Mirror descript. Huh? They're just making up words. Miscommunication. I mean, we can go back to what I was saying earlier. Miscommunication is not as bad as people make it out to be. I'm gonna... Where was this? Misfit / outsider protagonist? That's a new thing I haven't ranked yet. Dude. Where did it go? Okay. We do them one at a time. I don't trust it anymore. Okay. It goes to B. Misfit / outsider protagonist. Meh. Meh. Mommy / daddy issues. Where did it go? It goes in A. Isn't that abusive parents? Not necessarily. Abusive parents is a type of mommy or daddy issues. Mommy and daddy issues is a more broad term, I suppose. Mutual pining. What does pining mean? It's yearning? Okay. Nah. Goes in D. It's just not interesting narratively if both characters already love each other very much. It's not conducive to plot developments. It can be done well if it's, like, used for comedy or something like that, but, like, eh. Mysterious new guy. No. Naive new girl. No. Next door neighbor. Straight up. B. For next door neighbor. Normal F paranormal creature. Is this a woman with, like, a fucking... werewolf or some shit? Like, is this furry? Is the F supposed to be, like... monster fucker romance? Okay. Noted. Meh. Honestly, it's like D. It's not an inherently bad trope, but it's like... have I ever seen a story that does something cool with that? I don't know. Freerun? I guess. I don't know. Old warrior reluctantly helping protagonist. Meh. That's like, fucking hell. Where did it go? There it is. It goes like, see, it's fine. Op attract. Isn't that enemies to lover? I know opposite, but like, or is it just like the characters are very different from one another? Okay, I see. That's a good trope, I think. Goes A. You move the monster stuff up one tier accidentally. Did I? Oh, weird. Past trauma. Boop. Personal diary in the wrong hands. Okay, I can never take that seriously because, like, I can't even fathom writing a diary. F. Poor girl, rich guy. Oh, get that into the shit tier, please, and thank you. My god. Jesus. Can you make it even lower tier? I don't know. Pretty mean cheerleader. Yeah. F. Prophecy. F. Not like other girls protagonist. Okay, so here's the thing. All right. Are we saying yeah, the chat is having a very visceral reaction. Are we saying this is a character who thinks of themselves as not like other girls, or are we saying this is a character who does not fit many of the default female lead tropes? Because those are very different things, right? Bro hates Serena so much he put prophecy in F. True. Okay, then that goes in F. Reluctant hero. Oh, that's a good trope. I like that trope. That's a good trope. That goes in S. That's a good trope. That's a banger trope. Rivals to lovers is just enemies to lovers. Don't get fucking cute with me. Sassy ethnic friend. What the fuck? I'm No thanks. What the fuck? Who made this? Jesus Christ. Second chance romance. Dude, honestly, I like it. A. Self-loathing protagonist. It depends on the level of self-loathing, right? Like, if it's self-loathing on the level of pretty character who doesn't know they're pretty, it's pretty, like, eh. But if it's, like, deep hatred for oneself, over like regrets from past actions or things like that, it's a great trope. Thorfinn, yeah. Well, kinda. Slow burn. Okay, people say slow burn to describe things that are just inflated chapter count. Slow burn isn't a real trope, it's just a cope. Alright, get into the F tier. No, your story isn't slow burn. It just has 200 chapters because they really want to make money out of their story. Soulmates. Soulmates goes into the shit tier. Okay, that's not true. I think Soulmates is better than the other than Love at First Sight because subversions on Soulmates are good. Why? I despise the perception of romance as things as like outside of your control. Soulmates isn't necessarily that. I mean, by definition, it is. Soulmates are, by definition, people that are meant to be together. Okay, but keep finding each other with reincarnations? I mean, that's different. That's not soulmates, that's a pre-existing relation. I mean, okay, I guess what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And that one I don't dislike as much. I think the concept of romantic attraction being a product of fate is just inherently very sad and unromantic. Like, no, I don't want to fall in love with someone because I don't have a choice. That's cringe. I feel like it's insulting too. It just, I don't know. To me, it's just sad. Doesn't that one isekai you like do that? Which one? Are you talking about Fantasy Knockout? Cause like, yeah, but it's a subversion on it. Like very clearly, it's two people actively working to not fall in love with each other because they have been cursed to fall in love with each other. Like, it's an inherently comedic premise. Anyways, Spunky / comic relief BFF. Eh. When that's all they are, it's really boring. But I think that stories that are willing to have a comic relief character, but actually give them depth, benefit from that quite a bit. There's a reason why Sokka is my favorite character in Avatar. You go and see. Stalker love interest. I mean, the fact that it says love interest implies that they, like, end up together. That, nope. Or, like, that it's framed in a way that isn't inherently very negative, but yeah. Stockholm love. I'm willing to give this one a little bit more benefit of the doubt than Stalker love interest. Because this is still pretty vague. Like, I'm thinking of, I don't remember what it's called, but there's a villainous story I watched I read a long time ago, where one of the characters, like, her family kidnapped someone, and she, like, works to help him get out or some shit. And it's like, it's a really unhealthy power dynamic for sure. And I think it would fall under Stockholm. But whatever, sure. Let's just say that's not Stockholm. Goes in F. I don't think it's as bad as these. Maybe it is. I guess it is. I don't know. Strong female protagonist. I'm gonna be honest. Alright. I don't think this makes it into S. Because I think the biggest problem is a lot of stories have a strong female protagonist and just assume that that's enough. And they don't have to put work into any of their other characters. And it happens so fucking often. Where, like, you have a really cool, strong female protagonist, and then everyone around them is just one-dimensional and boring as hell. So it goes in B. I don't know where it went, but I wanted to put it in B. It's here. Okay, it goes in B. Wait. No, where did it go? Wait, where did it go? Wait, what was it again? It was strong female protagonist? How did it end up here? Whatever, man. Just, okay. Summer fling. He even subconsciously sexist. True. You can go in B tier. There's only one bed. Forced proximity, A, if not creepy. So, like, I think the trope is, like, B, when they actually do end up sleeping in the same bed, and F, when someone gives up the bed and sleeps on the ground or on the sofa or whatever. I think overall it goes into C. Why? Because anyone who's comfortable with the idea of someone having to fucking sleep on the ground because of them, just to preserve their I don't know, like, stupid ass sleeping habits where they take up the whole bed, is just inherently unlikable. So if someone ends up on the ground, get me out. If they end up on the ground after agreeing to share the bed because of one of the people has bad sleeping habits and accidentally push one out of the bed, that's a different story. That's gotta go to. but but if they agree to have someone on the ground, that's awful. Token minority. Who would put this high? Why is this here? This isn't a trope. Okay, whatever. Rock, paper, scissors for the bed. Okay, I don't dislike that one as much. Like, if it's someone you actually get along with, and you turn it into a game or a contest, I can see that not being just, like, assholes. But, like, here's the thing, okay? In my opinion, someone who wants to have the bed to themselves is just an inherently selfish person. And someone who refuses to get on the bed and like says that the other person like basically forces the other person into taking it is also a selfish person who wants to fucking suck their own dick about how kind and how much of a nice guy they are. Like, dude, it's a fucking bed, man. Just fucking put your head on the pillow and fall asleep. What if it's linked to someone's past or trauma? That's different, obviously. Obviously, there's exceptions. Isn't kindness inherently selfish? I mean, there's no problems with kindness as a way to make yourself feel better. Inherently. But it does become a problem if your quote-unquote kindness isn't actually kind and is burdening the other person more than anything else. Like, at that point, you're not kind, you're not self-sacrificing, you're causing issues, you're causing problems for the other person out of your selfishness. Like, if I was forced to share a room with someone, unless, like, they don't know me at all, and they were like, you take the bed, I'll sleep on the ground. And I'm like, no, like, I don't mind. And they're like, no, you take the bed, I'll sleep on the ground. I would feel awful. Like, I would feel so bad. I would feel terrible. about being the reason why they have to sleep on the ground. And like, anyone who's not selfish would feel terrible. So anyone who's not selfish would realize that the other person will feel terrible. And if you're still forcing that situation, I think you're kind of a piece of shit. And again, obviously it's different if, like, they're actually not comfortable with you. Like, okay, whatever. But anyways. Anyways, undiscovered fantasy world. Whatever. Go in D, it's fine. Who cares? Unknown superpower. What is that? What does unknown mean in this context? Like, other people don't know about it? Or the reader doesn't know about it? The owner doesn't know about it? Like, two overly kind people in a room with one bed, what happens? They share the bed after a 3-second conversation. That is what happens if the people are actually kind. Well, like, if they're hiding a superpower, whatever. You go and see, I guess. It's fine. What if it's... Okay, if the bed is actually so small that, like, if two people try to sleep on it, one of them will probably fall off, that's different. But usually, the... Like, we're specifically talking about the trope of only one bed. And that trope is a trope in romance stories where it forces a situation where people end up sharing a bed, right? So the bed is clearly big enough for two. The real question is 2 beds and 1 person. Which one do you pick? The one on the left, always. No, that's not right. True. Alright, so I think that's going to be it for today. Tomorrow, we finish the Archon Quest, and we record the Varka pre-release. And we will actually record the Varka pre-release. And finish the Archon Quest. It's going to be a big day. So you guys better be ready. No Klugi today. We're actually doing this. 100%. Let's raid... Let's raid Sammy. What's she doing? Everyone go say hi, be nice, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!